Hey, and happy Thursday to everybody. Will be on in just a second, having some technical difficulties. Just kidding, he's right here. No, we're not going to do that 2 weeks in a row. But here he is, Will coming from. What perfect timing.
I thought I had more time.
Nope, we had to do that quickly. Will, hello. It's been a long time. How are you?
Hey, man. It's good to see you. The whole world's gone to shit. And it's good to know that we've got a strong community of supportive friends out there. It's good to know that you're out there, a beacon in the darkness, that we've got Deaf Crocodile preserving and promoting wonderful art. And what was the question?
I don't know, but that was beautiful.
I'm doing good.
How is everything? It's been a long month, although yeah, lots has happened this last month.
Freaking Smash Mouth, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't like their music, but I'm always sad when young people die.
I got to admit, they had some ska and reggae styled songs.
Just stop.
I miss those. And, I haven't listened to them since like 1998, but hey.
Yeah. And I don't want to get political or anything. I know that he had some problems and went down some unfortunate rabbit holes, but when anybody passes, it's a sad thing. So pour one out for Smash Mouth guy whose name I don't remember.
Well,
man. Oh, you just wait. I'll tell you a harrowing story next month.
Yes, I can't wait to hear about that one. To make it positive for everybody, Deaf Crocodile is going to be with us tonight. Craig is going to be joining us a few times throughout the stream. We have 3 trailers from Deaf Crocodile that we are going to be exclusively revealing for everybody tonight. These are going to be 3 upcoming releases, 3 films they have not announced yet, and some of these trailers are wacky. I cannot wait to see what everybody thinks about these. And Deaf Crocodile, I don't know about you, they are maybe the most exciting company out there for me right now, because every single title is, I've never heard of this, and yet somehow it seems like exactly what I want to watch right this moment.
There's a word for it, Ryan. Eclectic.
Well, it's somehow electric as well.
It contains electric eclecticism.
Craig says he's going to be magically popping out of the chat window and into the show. We're going to be bringing Craig on here for the first time in just a few minutes. But first, the normal stuff. Any exciting pickups or recent watches you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, the main recent watch I want to talk about, we'll save for later in the show. Oh man, I like to hold up my pickups, but I'm not able to do that tonight. My Severin Just the Discs bundle came in, and I was really impressed with the packaging and the quality. My big get in that one was Hennematter's Bad Biology, so I'm super excited to rewatch that.
Nice.
I got my, how I feel about Killer Condom.
Yeah.
So I haven't been able to watch the new director's cut from 4K yet, but that's since I've only ever seen the Troma hacked up 1331 like 100-minute cut. I'm really excited about that one. Let's see what else.
And the question there, I mean, have you really seen it yet? The answer is probably no.
No. Nothing worse than a hacked up condom. Just useless.
Just ask Drake.
I don't get it, but I'm context clues. I see. What else came in?
Seems like everybody's getting Severin stuff lately. I'm slightly jealous.
Yours hasn't made it yet, right?
No, but I hardly got anything. It was just a couple things because I've been cutting way back, and I sold a couple things and it basically traded them for stuff in the sale, but I think I only got 2 or 3 titles. I don't even remember which ones. All I know is I am getting a Joe Spinell plush doll.
I didn't get the plush doll, and that's a couple times in a row I skipped on the plush dolls and regretted it instantly. What am I going to do with the plush dolls? Display them somewhere, I suppose. Oh my God, the worst thing happened to me. Like, absolute tragedy.
And I feel like this is going to be very minor. Go ahead.
No, it's not. Every listener out there is going to feel like they got punched in the gut when I tell them what happened. I was setting up, and I noticed I got complimented for my lighting tonight, and I have to give credit to Ryan, who taught me how to turn the ring light 45 degrees. I was just blasting it into my face. Like I was doing like shot on VHS porn close-ups. No, what happened was I still have a lot of things in boxes that aren't unpacked yet, and as I was moving things around, a box that had my Severin premiums got jostled, and my Night of the Demons penis Bigfoot fell out, and his ankle snapped off of the base.
Oh no!
So I don't even know if Gorilla Glue or Super Glue will work. I'm going to have to try it, but either way, it's compromised forever. Not that I would have ever sold it, but now I don't even know if I can properly display it again.
The broken penis has lost full integrity now. I don't really have any pickups to share because I am actually tomorrow I have a pickup video premiering, which I don't do those a lot on the channel, but Jeremy was here and I figured why not let's film one together. So there's gonna be like a good 15-20 minute video coming out on that tomorrow just to go over what I got over in August. Normally I only share that with the Patreon, but it was fun. Well,
if Jeremy's on it, I imagine you had to edit it heavily to get it down to 20 minutes.
I did, yes.
For a one-liner comic, it takes a while.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Is he listening tonight?
I think he is, or will be, I think, when he's done with work. So probably soon here. There are tons of people in the chat already. We've got some questions for Deaf Crocodile, so I will hold those till Craig comes on. Josephine has a question for you, Will. Will, in honor of back to school season, Alexander Payne's The Holdovers in the festival circuit. What are your favorite teacher movies?
Oh, that's easy. Summer School. Mark Harmon. End of list.
End of list.
No. There's a bunch of good. So I'll just go ahead and say no white savior movies, except for one, The Blackboard Jungle with Glenn Ford and Sidney Poitier. Well, it's not really a white savior narrative, actually. Blackboard Jungle, 1950, the first rock and roll movie. Well, I mean, it was Bill Haley in the comments, but still. And that movie's pretty gritty. Vic Morrow. That's a pretty interesting movie, and it was later remade as another one of my all-time favorite teacher movies, Class of 1984. So Class of 1984 is a loose remake of The Blackboard Jungle. I highly recommend checking both out as a double feature. Let's see.
What if we were only asking for white savior films?
Conrack.
I grew up in the 90s, so I really loved Dangerous Minds for some reason.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I was close to LA, so I saw a lot of those locations when I was younger. I don't know.
I'm glad Coolio made some money. Rest in power. But I mean, that video of Michelle Pfeiffer like turning the chair around and sitting on like, come on and rap with me, people. God almighty. That stuff. Speaking of high school movies, so I'm teaching a Shakespeare class right now, and our first play was The Taming of the Shrew. So naturally, I decided to show them 10 Things I Hate About You, which I don't think I've seen since like 2002. It came out in 99, which is when I was about my students' age. And you know what? I had kind of forgotten how many like casually racist and casually like offensive to neurodivergent people comments get made throughout the movie. How like exceedingly like white assuming it is, like meaning that those are the only stories that matter and everybody else is ancillary. It was instructive to watch it with. Not that I'm like super sensitive about sensitivity, but there are choices that you can make and choices that you cannot make, and the question is, does it need to be a certain way or could it be another way? And in the case of movies like this, it's like, why they're trying to be edgy, when edge, and there's a difference between edgy to make a point and edgy just to be offensive.
Yeah,
a lot of that movie is just offensive.
I get it,
and it's cute, Heath Ledger and whatnot, I guess. But like the idea that he's a bad boy, like if that's what a bad boy is, then there's no such thing as a bad boy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like what a win.
I get it. So we got about 5 minutes until Craig comes on the first time. So I'm gonna call out some people in the chat real quick. We'll cut the bad boy talk short.
I'll keep them going.
Dustin's here. What's going on? Says all ears for Ryan and Def Crocodile tonight. There's always love for Will in there as well. Paul, what's going on? Craig is watching from home already. Stan, hello. Magic Hands is here. What's going on? Dude is not gonna be able to stay long, but I get that. Eric's gonna have to check out early too, I'm sure. He's got an early morning. Sibner says, buckle up. It's gonna be a long one. Will's it gonna be a long one tonight?
Well, these days you never know.
It is. I do. There's like 76 announcements this week. It's gonna be a long one.
I gotta get up at 6. Oh well.
Me too. Terry's here. What's going on, Terry? Dustin says the Pied Piper is extraordinary, gorgeous, darkly imaginative, haunting. A must-buy blue from Def Crocodile. Dustin, I'm still like impatiently awaiting your film review book because I love your way with words. Let's see. Wave is here tonight. Silent Mandible. Looking forward to this one. Hopefully I can stay awake tonight. You and me both. David missed the Mondo stream. Will, did you see the Mondo stream from Tuesday yet?
I did. I was typing the whole time.
Oh, that's right. You were there most of the night. It was a fun show.
That was awesome. I'm a big fan of Chris H from They Live by Film.
Yeah.
He's got he's got this like late night FM DJ voice, and it was very soothing. And I was also just like in love with all the tales that Jared was telling. So that was a really great show.
What's going on, Jeff? And Newt is here tonight. Newt Shack. The Pied Piper release is fantastic, says Eric. What's going on, Brendan? Crownless King just ordered Visitors from the Arcana Galaxy. I can't wait to get that Kickstarter release in. Everybody's laughing that I got you mid-drink. Sorry, I had to do that. It was pretty funny. What's going on, Tony, all the way from Australia? Dead Sea Life, hello. Will is speaking facts. Spaghetti says it's we were his NFL halftime show. I believe halftime's probably over by now.
Well, I'm sure we're more interesting than a first week game, and with far less chance of long-term cognitive impairment.
Maybe. What's going on, Kire? Another one from Australia. Jeff says, does Will have a closet for an office now?
Yeah.
Sadly. What's going on, Gizmo? Looking forward to this. Def Crocodile, need to get down before I go to bed. Thanks so much for the amazing films from the east of Europe and many more.
Yeah.
Newt says the most beautiful slam poetry coming from Will, a beautiful opener. What's going on, Griff? Couch Odyssey's here with us tonight. Let's see who else we got. Tom. Tom is the one that complimented your lighting, so you're welcome, Will. Will is very sensitive about lighting tonight. I'm not entirely sure why.
I just wanted to get it right because every now and then you're like, man, you look less red than usual. And I'm like, oh, I didn't think I looked red at all. And then I get all.
I think that's for other reasons. Midlife Media hasn't checked out any Def Crocodile yet. None have really looked appealing to me. Well, maybe we can change that tonight. Hey, Jose's here tonight. What's going on, Master Chaos? Stopping in from Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios. Nice.
Oh, wow.
Already? It's September 7th. That's amazing.
I am in awe. This is the first time I think I've been in the same virtual space as a Master Chaos.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What's going on, Couch? Severn's on the way. Adam's here tonight. What's going on? Watched Falcon Lake from Yellow Veil last night. Really great haunting coming of age film. Ooh. That is on my short list to watch soon. For sure. All right. Disappointed that the Just the Disc bundle didn't come with the Brian Sauer plush. That is a really great joke. That's amazing. All right. Let's see what else is going on over the last month. We've had quite a few announcements. Obviously, the big thing that we probably should mention today, Diabolic kind of is the one that I found the news from. They posted a tweet about one of the disc distributors closing down, and it's of course one of the two big ones. And so now we're literally left with one. We're not real sure how that's going to impact the industry yet. So don't want to speculate too much, but it was kind of terrifying to read today, huh?
Yeah. I feel like someone with deep pockets and willing to take risks should get into the manufacturing business. There was a line in 10 Things I Hate About You. We're looking for someone with lots of money who's dumb. so if that describes you, give us a ring. Let's go into business.
Yeah. Real Black One is here tonight. What's going on? I've been meaning to DM you. If you are still here, send me a DM so I can ask you a couple questions, my friend. I got something I'd like to talk to you about. John Peters is here tonight from Omaha. What's going on?
John, I have a question for you.
Oh, are you going to ask him about meeting Jeremy in person?
No.
Because John met Jeremy last weekend?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's not what I was going to ask, though.
Okay.
Do you know, I could Google it, but do you know if there's a comedy club anywhere in your town called the Omaha? Because if not, I'm about to trademark the name and open a franchise. Ironically, there will not be one in Nebraska. It's going to be throughout the Midwest. No, I'm just kidding. But
Make it a chain that's everywhere but Nebraska.
Yeah, no, I really want to know because I want to get that. Yeah, Deaf Crocodile is right on that one. We used to have laws against that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But somehow we've gotten away from that.
Somehow.
I mean, ask Disney.
Yeah, well, it started in a galaxy a long way away. Wait, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It was the United States in around 1980 when they elected this actor to be president. And then suddenly, business ethics went out the window. No, they've always been crooks. But
John says no, but there's somewhere called the Funny Bone.
And that has nothing whatsoever to do with my incredible pun. All right. Coming soon.
Sibner says, Ryan, does that mean only distributors for the U.S.? I'm assuming so. As far as I understand it, yes. But I'm not entirely sure yet. I will admit this is not a part of this that I know a ton about. So I'm going to be trying to chase down some info on that. Maybe I can ask a couple of these labels that are willing to answer some questions. I think it's probably about time to bring on Craig for the first trailer reveal. So as soon as Craig pops in here, we're going to do our first title reveal. And we do have some questions. So I'm going to go back to some of these and we will ask Craig as many of these as we can. And if you do have questions for Craig or Deaf Crocodile as a whole or whatever, please put them in the chat. But while we wait on some of those questions, Mr. Deaf Crocodile himself, Craig, how are we doing tonight?
Howdy.
Love the hat. Hello.
Oh.
Give me 1 second. I'm hearing you on the other computer and it's not in sync.
He forgot to mute us on the one that he was watching. All right.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome. The first question we had tonight, somebody said, how did you discover Shandigore, considering it was basically unknown?
That's Dennis Bartok. He is a walking film encyclopedia.
Yes.
With his decades at the American Cinematheque programming, every amazingly, anything from around the world. So a lot of our releases have been things that he either programmed probably, back in the 90s, or things that he always wanted to and couldn't get his hands on. So he's been like, oh, we need to find this. I couldn't do it then. We're going to figure it out now.
Right.
Yeah, and Shandigore, he told me about it and he really undersold it. And I got the first screener of it and I watched it and I was like, holy shit, like, dude, you really undersold this. I absolutely loved it. It's kind of my kind of humor though. It's very subtle. Like it's not slapstick. I mean, it can almost play as a straight, spy movie itself. But
yeah,
yeah, it's one of my favorites.
I think it was like a week after I got that in, I put it in for the first time, and I was watching with my wife, and it's like 3.5 minutes into the movie, and they're already making vagina jokes, and I was like, well, this is gonna be great. Yeah, that was a great title. You guys have not slowed down since then. Will, do you have many from Def Crocodile? And if you do, what do you recommend as some of their must-haves?
Oh man, I thought those vagina jokes were just metaphors.
They were at first.
I'm gonna have to watch it again. Let's see. I have about the entire catalog. Let me pull up my list.
So, yeah, the Prince hat is one because I'm a big Prince fan, and two, we did a tech test earlier today, and my forehead would have been blinding people. So I was like, I should wear a hat.
Well, while Will is looking at that, Joe wants to know, are you from Minnesota?
I am not. I am from Maine. I did have a chance to visit Minnesota when a good friend was working out there for a while. And of course I say we, my husband and my friend dropped me off at Paisley Park, and I spent the day there, and they picked me up when I was done.
Nice. Anything yet, Will?
Oh yeah, I was ready. I just didn't want to.
Go ahead.
I didn't want to forget any. I would recommend every single title. I really like Sampo, Billy Mormont's. I just got Heroic Times in my new delivery, so I'm excited to watch that because everybody's been talking. And my first time supporting a Kickstarter was the Visitors from Arcana Galaxy, so I'm looking forward to that one especially because I know that Kickstarter and Indiegogo are not always feasible, but when it works, it's really nice to have a chance to, I don't know, contribute and feel like you're a part of it.
Yeah, and our Kickstarters, and I understand how there's, you kind of, most people use them as like a pre-order or like a store to buy from, and Kickstarter themselves are actually very strict about I can't even call it a pre-order. Like
right.
they'll be like, no, you can't do that. We're not a store. This is for fundraising, which is kind of what we do because most Kickstarters are trying to raise money in order to do something, and then that something is what you're pledging to get.
Yeah.
We kind of do it where whatever we're offering is done. Like that's done. We're those pledges are to raise money to do the next thing.
Right.
So the things that are you're pledging for and getting in Kickstarter those are already done. So it's not like there's a risk of like, oh well, I don't want to pledge to this because they might not make it, or even if they do, they'll take my money and then not do it. Our Kickstarters are usually, so far every one of them it's already done. So it's really raising money for us to be able to put into doing the next thing.
Well, that's what I like, being able to kind of contribute to the future of the label and projects coming. Last couple I'll mention so we can keep things moving. I really like Zero Grad. I thought that was a cool film.
That's fun.
And then finally, and I guess is a good segue into what we're talking about tonight, Delta Space Mission. Really cool animated film. Knew nothing about it. I didn't get it until it had been out for well over a year.
I don't know how Dennis dug that one up.
It was so neat.
Nobody had heard of that, and so we did that, and people seemed to really like it. So we went back to the director and we're like, hey, what else did you do? And he gave us a short list of other things, and so we reached out to the film archive there, and we're like, hey, do you have elements on any of these? And so that's how Son of Stars came.
Yeah.
And honestly, I personally like Son of Stars even more. I think the animation's a little more ambitious in Son of Stars. There's some
Cool.
there's just some wild imagery in that I was just like, oh, that was cool.
Well, like Will said, speaking of animation, and we'll get to some more questions in just a second, but the reason we're here tonight is to highlight some upcoming releases. You want to tell us about this 1971 film from Denmark before we play the trailer?
That would be Benny's Bathtub. That is a fun movie. It is. When I first saw it, the first thing I immediately thought of was the Peanuts TV specials, because it's a children's animated show with the most incredible like jazz score. The music in it is just incredible, and it's so above children's fare. It's I fell in love with jazz because of the Peanuts. Like, I didn't know what it was, and even as a kid, I was like, this music is weird. Like, it doesn't.
Right.
What is this music? I like it, but what is it? And Benny's Bathtub has an incredible soundtrack as well, and it's a wild little story of this boy who jumps down the drain of his bathtub and has an adventure under the sea with all sorts of creatures, and it's about as simple as that. There's some scenes in it that you clearly understand you're not watching an American thing, because it's definitely edgier than anything an American studio would put out for kids. But it's still definitely a kids show. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Well, let's play this trailer and then see if anybody has any questions about this specifically, and make this full screen for everybody. And yeah, here we go.
Hi, Benny. Con. Come here, dude.
There it is.
I love me some jazz, and that looks incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely fun.
Some great music. Loved the stinger on the end there. That sounds like a bunch of stuff that I used to play in high school.
Yeah, it's just fun.
And the story, right, is basically his family's not giving him much attention, and so he kind of
they just don't really pay attention to him. So you know,
so this
like
imagine
a lot of kids, you just most of your playing with when you're a kid, if there's no one else around, you just use your imagination.
Yeah. I myself have gone down the bathroom drain in my mind many times.
Funny enough, Gizmo in the chat, he recognizes it. He says it's a fun one. Weird movie to release. We had it at school when I was a kid. Same director who did Go Hugo Go. And then he also wanted to say, if you wanted to look at some more, here's the question. If you want to release some really golden movies before the Criterion Collection gets to it, you should check out Newt Eric Jensen movies.
Well, we're always taking suggestions and looking for stuff. I mean, even back when we were in Sinlicious, that's how Belladonna Sadness, happened. Is we asked people, we're always asking people, what's your dream release that's never happened, and that was one of the ones that was mentioned to us. So yeah, like we always want suggestions. Keep them coming.
Yeah, this one looks really fun, and one that out of the three that we're going to show tonight, I'm particularly excited about this one because, like you, I love some jazz, and I want to hear the entire score. Like it just the trailer enough got me hooked on this. Jeff wants to know, what is the runtime on this one? Do you know offhand?
I am so ill prepared.
It wasn't I was just kind of reading about it. Wasn't it a short?
It's not terribly long. I am pulling up somewhere here. Give me a second. Or perhaps I can answer some questions when we come back, because then I'll be more ready.
Well, I love the kind of crude's not the word, but the kind of simple style, direct style.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's one of the things I've always say that I really like about vintage animation is the handmade aspect of it. Like you can see every brush stroke, you can see where the paint cracks. Like it's so very handmade. I love that.
Gizmo chimed in again. He says Knut Erik Jensen is the biggest name from Norway. He made many Norwegian, Russian films. He won the Norwegian Oscar 6 times, and Gizmo just worked with him recently. Adam says it's 41 minutes.
Okay.
Oh no! Don't tell me.
Letterbox says 41 as well. It looks like. Thanks, Spaghetti. David says, "What are your top jazz albums or players?" Anybody want to answer that for David here?
Like,
I'll throw out with Craig and say I really love a lot of the old Vince Guaraldi stuff from the Peanuts. I literally have a Peanuts tattoo, and I got hooked on some of that when I was younger.
oh, I'm a big Ornette Coleman
guy. Oscar Peterson. So I like a lot of his stuff. But yeah, Vince Guaraldi's, even the stuff that's not Peanut stuff, just love it.
Brian says there's a Danish animated movie from the late 90s called Turkle in Trouble that is the most un-PC insane fest that I used to play at movie parties and people loved. I think that's a suggestion. Yeah, I will agree with these as well, obviously. Duke Ellington, Count Basie, classics. Chet Baker, great.
Huey Piano Smith, Fats Waller.
Video Store says, I'm not really into jazz, but really love Justin Bieber's early work.
I don't know if this will get me in trouble, but the film itself is short, so obviously the disc has more stuff.
Bountiful extras.
One of the extras is that same director did a series, I think it was a TV series called Circling, which is this little tiny character that goes on adventures with some little mice friends. It's very much a children's show. We've got 3 episodes on the disc. One of the 3 is very rarely ever seen because it never aired.
Wow.
Because it's Circling goes to America. And when they get here, the director was making a strong statement. They
threw him into a cage.
It's early 70s America, so they meet a member from the Black Panthers who gets killed, and
wow,
Jesus,
it's intense. It's like, what were you thinking? This is not going to get on TV.
That sounds amazing, though.
So that is fully restored and on the disc with 2 other episodes. So it's funny, if you watch the other episodes, you know, you're like, oh, it's a nice little kids show, and then you get to that one, you're like, what the hell?
All right, well, you have just sold at least 1 disc, sir.
Yeah. What else we got? And as usual, you know, we've got Dennis as an interview with the director. Wow. We have 2 commentary tracks on this one.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the feature's short, but there's lots of extras. It's a well stacked disc.
That's incredible. And Dennis, man, I don't know how many people have actually sought out Dennis other than, if you've seen him on my channel or heard you and Dennis on the They Live by Film podcast, but you say like a couple words to Dennis and you trigger the most random 14-minute story about his very specific time with X director in 1987, and he tells you every detail, and it's amazing.
He's a podcaster's dream come true.
Yes.
You just point him in a direction, and you just sit back, and you're like, I don't have to do anything. He's got stories for days, and they're all fascinating.
Well, I am excited to get this one, and Arcana Galaxies this month. That's a big deal. I'm sure Kickstarter people will be getting there soon, I think, right?
Soonish.
Slipcover, there was an issue.
Well, no, the slipcovers are sitting on my table. I have all the slipcovers. I don't have the discs. We get the discs. We still have to get the discs from OCN. Right. So those we get them when they send them to us.
Which distributor are you using?
Oh, timing, Will. Come on.
There could be a delay.
And then I should mention Arcana Galaxy. Sam Deegan's done a commentary on almost all of our discs. Yeah. And her commentaries are like, it's like a class, it's so full of information. And I loved when I was prepping the commentary track for the disc for Arcana Galaxy, I brought in a Premiere and laid her commentary over the film track, and I kept seeing all these spikes in the audio. And I'm like, what's going on? And I scrub over to him, and it's her like laughing her ass off, like, because Arcana Galaxy is nuts, and he loved it. It's a lot. I'm anxious to hear what people think when they see it, because I know not many people have seen it yet.
Yeah, I'm eager to get it because I'm scheduled to talk about it on some other podcast in a few months. So I'm very eager to digest as much of it as I possibly can.
Well, I'm excited. We're hoping to ship everything out by the end of the month. So
can't wait to see it
when I get the discs.
All right, and we'll have Craig back on for a second trailer when we go through Arcana Galaxy. We'll talk about that one as well when we get to the OCN portion of the show.
And I will be more prepared for the next one. Sorry.
You did great. Thank you, Craig. We'll see you for another trailer here, and it's gonna be a long show tonight. So in a little bit,
I'm just gonna move my chair over to that desk, and I'll be in the chat. So.
All right. Look forward to hearing from you, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
All right.
Thanks, Craig.
All right, bye.
Benny's bathtub, man. I'm getting that.
It looks so good. The animation style is great.
Well, now I know about that kids show. I got to check that.
Right.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it. I love that it was set up like that, and
From all the OCN labels, it's very rare that I can get something that I can watch with my daughter, so this sounds like something that we can do.
Video Store asked a good question. How easy was it to set up your own Blu-ray labels? Is it something any of us could do, or do you need already established industry connections? I will do my best to ask that when we come back, but I do want to reiterate before we get there, Craig has done a lot already. Craig worked for IMAX for many years, and then he worked at Cinelicious with Dennis and with the gentlemen that are now at Canadian International Pictures. They started Arbalos together, and then they split away and went to Deaf Crocodile. So they all sort of worked together a lot. Brendan says, what was the title? My phone died. It was Benny's Bathtub from Denmark in 1971 with a loaded disc, lots of special features, including 3 episodes of a kids show, kids in quotation marks, with one of the episodes being scandalous. Looks fun. Are you ready for some regular announcements?
No, but apparently it's my job now, so let's do it.
It's only your job once a month, at least. Well, let's talk about Shia LaBeouf first, huh?
Oh, Jesus fuck.
Well, I actually really like Shia LaBeouf.
Why?
Because he's talented as hell.
I don't see it. Now I do like. Well, I'm gonna get it because it's Abel Ferrara, and even his most polarizing movies are interesting to me. And there's the thing about LaBeouf. He's just so serious. It's hard for me.
Yeah, it's very silly.
He played in the movie. He played one of my ancestors.
In Lawless?
He was in Lawless, which was about the Bondurant boys of Franklin County, Virginia, a bunch of moonshiners in the early 20th century. And he was it was my grandfather's or my great-grandfather's cousin. So it was pretty distant. But they were the Bondurant boys. My mother's middle name is Bondurant. My sister and my daughter's middle name is Bondurant. We're Bondurants. And so Tom Hardy played a character who was not related to me, but Shia LaBeouf did.
I really liked Lawless, actually. It was a
fun movie. Good. Nick Cave soundtrack. Oh my God, they had Ralph Stanley doing White Light, White Heat. That movie was awesome. Let's talk about this movie.
So this movie is Padre Pio. This is a like you said, Abel Ferrara movie. This is coming on September 19th. Little downside for a lot of people. If you look at this, there's one thing that sticks out to you, and it's probably this Blu-ray disc word at the top of the picture instead of the Blu-ray logo.
Right.
That means it is not going to be a press disc. It is going to be a burned disc. It's going to be a BDR, which I understand. I feel like this movie hardly got any play at all. So they probably didn't think they could even sell 1,000 discs of it. So they're burning it on demand. No bonus features. Comes out September 19th from Gravitas Ventures, which they do stuff like this a lot.
They're probably right about their low sales, but I'm going to get one. I think Abel Ferrara is still worth checking out no matter what.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Next up, we got some exciting things last Friday, man. Second Sight came out and announced the Ginger Snaps trilogy. This is coming on October 30th. The big thing that people are seemingly not reacting super positively to, it doesn't look like there's new restorations on these. It's possibly just the same versions of the films that we've seen prior, which isn't great, but these haven't had really great wide releases of the films at all. So these will be available widely, at least. There was a German trilogy release, I believe, but now this will be fully available everywhere from the UK. You should be able to get in the States, although it'll probably be region B locked. But the big thing, this has a ton of special features. We got a new audio commentary by Mary Beth McAndrews and Terry Mesnard, with some legacy commentaries on there. And then a new interview with the director, John Fawcett, new interview with the producer, Steve Hoban, new interview with storyboard artist, Vincenzo Natali. They've got some featurettes that they're doing, deleted scenes, and that's all seemingly just for the first film. The second film, they've got an audio commentary with the director, new interview with the director, Brett Sullivan, new interview with the writer, Megan Martin, tons of the extra stuff like the deleted scenes and audition tapes and storyboards. And then the third film gets, again, an audio commentary with the director, new interview with the director, interview with the producer, and all of the same fun stuff, plus 112-page book with new essays by Meredith Borders, Kat Hughes, Michael J. Coven, Dr. Rachel Knightley, Jolene Richardson, Zoe Rose Smith, and Calum Von Stoll. Plus these 5 cards. What do you think of Ginger Snaps?
Well, so let me talk about the special features first, because there's some familiar names in there for me. I'm a big fan of Stacey Abbott, who has written extensively about horror, television horror, the show Supernatural, another Canadian connection there. Michael Coven, who contributed an essay. I've been in some collections with him. He's written wonderful books about Jolly and blaxploitation films, and everything he writes is really interesting. And trivia, Emily Perkins, one of the stars of Ginger Snaps, is married to one of the preeminent scholars of cult and exploitation film in the world, Ernest Mathish. I can never pronounce his name right. Mike Mathish. Doesn't matter. Google it. Google her husband. He's written wonderful books about cult cinema, exploitation cinema, Belgian-born, which is why I'm having trouble pronouncing his last name. But I've read all of his books. I've just never heard anybody say his name out loud. Going back to the films themselves, you know, I think most people would agree that the first one is the most compelling of the three. But I find them all interesting in their own ways. You know, if you go into them without thinking about rankings or expectations or continuity of style or whatever, I think you can enjoy all three. They're all three worth having. If you have to choose, you take the first one. Yeah, you know, I showed the first Ginger Snaps to my oldest daughter around the time she turned 15, and it was a very empowering experience for her.
I don't think I've ever seen the third one, and I barely remember the second one. I think I saw the first one maybe too young, and it just didn't have, I think, the impact that I thought it was going to. It probably would have now, and this would be a really great opportunity to get those in me again. So, yeah, I will happily look into the Second Sight. Again, I mean, look at this art, like attention to detail and everything, love into every package. I understand not loving that there's not new scans on these, but at the same time, Second Sight necessarily doesn't get to choose that. It's what they're able to license. So I think that they're going to do the best that they possibly can with what they're given.
Well, let me tell you, if you've never seen them before and you want to do a preview first, Joe Bob Briggs does the first one on season 4 of The Last Drive-In on Shudder, and his commentary on the film is really compelling. Just total deep dive and stuff that I had no idea about. I came away with a totally new appreciation of the film. I didn't actually have a copy of the film at all until seeing that, and I was like, well, I got to revisit. And so I believe it was Scream Factory had put out a Blu-ray version. Is that right?
Just the first one, yeah.
Right. And so this is a great chance for an upgrade and expansion for me. And I would encourage anybody interested in striking a blow for feminist art to check these out.
Yeah. And kind of like Sibner saying, I was going to throw out there, fair warning, Scream Factory very well could release a 4K, but at the same time, if they had access to it, I would bet Second Sight also would have had access to it. So if Second Sight's not doing it, I'm not super confident the Scream Factory will. Will be right back, I'm sure. Let's go to the next one, which is another Second Sight announcement, which we kind of talked about this film last week because it just got another announcement. And this is Chopper also coming from Second Sight in one of their limited edition box releases. This is coming on October 30th, just like the Ginger Snap trilogy. And this is going to have a new Second Sight restoration from a 2K graded scan, new audio commentary with Alexandra Heller-Nicholas and Josh Nelson. Alexandra, one of my favorites, and I know it's one of Will's favorites, so I'm sure he would say the same.
Yeah, I'll see it just for her. You're not gonna believe this, but I've never seen this movie.
Wow,
that's the one with Incredible Hulk in it, right?
It is, yeah. The not so incredible. We forgot about him and cast the position twice since then to other Hulks.
I think Eric Bana was the best Hulk.
Honestly, I didn't hate the movie, and I like Eric Bana quite a bit.
I mean, it's back when the movies weren't connected in any way, and so you could really just do whatever story you wanted. And Ang Lee made this story about loneliness and fathers and sons and all of that, and I enjoyed it. Now, Chopper, I've always read good things about, and Andrew Dominik's a very interesting director. And yeah, you're right. I would check this out just to listen to Alexandra Heller-Nicholas. So that's what's going to happen.
And I will absolutely throw in again. I know we talked about it last week, but Chopper's incredible.
Wait a second. Mick Harvey is the composer? Like the Mick Harvey?
I believe so.
From the Birthday Party and the Bad Seeds?
That sounds right to me, if I remember right, yeah.
Oh, we're okay.
Whoa.
I'm getting this tonight.
Whoa. Tonight.
Oh, Mick Harvey, dude. Oh, one of the great arrangers in the history of music, and someone who can stay stable while managing Roland S. Howard, Nick Cave, Blixa Bargeld. Holy shit, this he's a legend. Oh, I love you, Mick Harvey.
Yes. And just for people that don't know, the Chopper, I believe, is based on a real person. And Paul says, I've read Chopper's autobiography. He's such an interesting character despite his crimes. Chopper is an Aussie film about an Aussie. And it's great. This movie is just so incredibly well done and super underseen. And now suddenly getting all the releases under the sun. So everybody has a chance to see it. And going to the next one. Modern film, Insidious the Red Door from this year is coming on September 26th on Blu-ray only, which for me, that means don't buy it because likely in 6 months there will be a 4K.
Or just don't buy it.
I mean...
I'm just kidding. I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's good or not.
The special features on this, there's a featurette called Past, Present, Further, one called A Possessed Director, and that's it. At least there's something on here, but it's not a whole lot.
The Insidious franchise isn't really for me. But I'm really glad that it exists, and I'm really glad it's been successful because I'm glad when any horror franchise is successful because it opens doors for other stuff. And I did see the first one, and I thought it had some cool stuff in it. And then I saw, like, I don't know, the third or fourth one. I was like, okay, I'm that's enough. But if that's your jam, awesome. I'm really glad that it exists.
I think I've only ever seen the first two, so I'm very far behind. Let's see. Gizmo is talking to Dr. Eric Vornoff about the Cabal cut of Nightbreed. And Gizmo says Germany is releasing it next month. I don't think the German release is actually a licensed release. That's the big difference. So, Scream Factory, I think they made some poor choices on it, but that doesn't mean they have access to all of it.
Every time I just finished the new season of What We Do in the Shadows last night. And so every time you say Gizmo's name, I hear Laszlo saying it. Gizmo!
John says Insidious goes 3, 4, 1, 2, and 5. That's wild.
Okay, well, I guess I've missed the best two. Okay.
All right. Next one. Another modern. Equalizer 3 coming as a Best Buy exclusive 4K Steelbook that you can pre-order already. I have never seen the first two, but this one is exciting because Dakota Fanning is back in a movie with Denzel Washington, and that's exciting to me.
I haven't seen the first two either, but I saw the trailer for this one and was like, I want to see this. This looks badass. So
the first two are supposed to be great.
Yeah, maybe I'll go back. What is this, like a John Wick kind of thing? Oh,
yeah, similar.
Craig and I think a lot. Laszlo is what I would be if I were someone different.
Sibner says that this one is better than the second, but not the first.
So you got a rank in there.
And it looks like he's still on fire. That's a good joke. That's a good joke.
Men on Fire is the Men on Fire? Man on
Fire. Yeah.
That's like the spiritual prequel, I guess.
Yes. Rip Tony Curtis. Another film that is still in theaters, 4K Steelbook of Gran Turismo can be ordered from Best Buy now. This one's coming on Halloween. All right, next one.
I have nothing to say on that one.
We're already on the OCN announcements. It's wild this time because OCN announcements were on Saturday. Normally they're like right before our show. So this is going to be fairly early in the set tonight. First up is the Vinegar Syndrome announcements. This first one is Arnold from 1973. We had heard about this one coming for months. This is one they've been teasing for a while. We got the front and back of the slipcover here. This one is Stella Stevens and Roddy McDowell. On this one, we got a new commentary track with Mike White, author of the Projection Booth podcast. He is an author and co-host, of the Projection Booth podcast. Love Mike. He's a great person. New video essay by Sam Deegan on this, on the gothic horror comedy in Hollywood. and that sounds like a reason to pick this up just by itself. I am eager to see this.
Yeah, I trust Sam Deegan, even though now she works for him, so you have to be careful. But she said on her social media that she was really, really excited about this movie and it was good. And then I saw Elsa Lanchester's in it. I'm sold. I love Elsa Lanchester, and not even for Bride of Frankenstein, just in general.
Yeah,
one of the
solid looking release.
One of the great chin dimples in movie history.
Adam, this is not the Hollywood Mike White. This is a very different Mike White, but he's still a wonderful person.
There's so many Mike Whites.
Stan says, I saw Arnold at the drive-in during its initial release. Nice.
Wow. So are we right? Is it good, Stan? Do you remember?
His responses would be like, no, it's terrible. Next up from Vinegar Syndrome is one that they've been hitting hard on the promo side. The Curse of the Screaming Dead from 1982. This one is a 2-disc region-free set, and it says 3 young couples head off into the woods for a weekend of camping, beer guzzling, and lovemaking. Shortly into their trip, however, one of their group, Kiyomi, notices the strange sound of bells ringing in the distance, prompting her would-be boyfriend Mel to investigate, of course. Upon stumbling across a Civil War cemetery, Mel makes the ill-fated decision to pocket an old diary he finds hidden at the site, which details the violent fate of the Confederate soldiers buried there. Little does he realize that the seemingly small act of theft will have grave consequences, as his pilfering triggers a horde of rotting undead soldiers to awaken from their tortured slumber, ready to feast on Yankee flesh. Now, I don't know if it's just me. This sounds like a Family Guy skit.
Well, no, it's 2000 Maniacs. Herschel Gordon Lewis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
interesting.
That's a good triple feature there. The extra film Night of Horror plus Curse of the Screaming Dead plus 2000 Maniacs.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff on here. We got a commentary track with producer, director, editor Tony Malinowski and actor Steve Sandcooler. Feature-length film directed by Tony Malinowski called Night of Horrors from 1981. Documentary on the making of Night of Horror that is 43 minutes long. All kinds of other special features, hence the 2 discs. This looks like a pretty solid release from Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh, they got a Stephen Thrower interviewer in there too. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Cool dude.
And it says, I put a spell on you, a 30-minute Nightmare USA author Stephen Thrower on Night of Horror and Curse of the Screaming Dead interview. That's fantastic.
15 minutes apiece.
Next up, Evil Judgment. This is from 1984, and you can pre-order this now if you are not a subscriber. Kind of dig the art on this. I like the way that they really accentuated the colors on this. This is one of the lesser-known productions to benefit from Canada's tax incentive heyday. Evil Judgment is a twisty-turny thriller inspired by the contemporary slasher movie boom and the stylistic giallo offerings of the likes of Dario Argento, happy birthday, by the way, complete with menacing blue hue lighting and a razor-wielding, black-gloved killer, and arrives in its Blu-ray world premiere. This is new scanned in 4K from the OCN. Commentary track times 2, one of them being with the Hysteria Continues, one being with staff for the film, and then an interview with Claudio Castrovelli, interview with Pietro L. Serapiglia. That was pretty close, I think. Interview with Corky Lang, and then interview with writer-filmmaker Calum Vonstal on Evil Judgment and the influence of the giallo genre on Canadian exploitation cinema.
Nice. I'm really into Canadian exploitation cinema, especially recently, which we'll probably talk about later during the OCNs. But
yes, we will.
Yeah, this looks pretty fun. I mean, I know nothing about it, but everything I see looks good.
Yep, I get that. Let's see. Gizmo says, I watched The Demon Rat today in Guest House Paradiso. Rat Demon was so bad, but Paradiso was really fun. I've heard the exact same thing. Let's see. Brandon Timmons, clicked the wrong one, wants to know, what did you two get in the Labor Day sale? Went in on every drive-in DVD. Did you get anything in the sale this last weekend?
Oh, yeah, I did get a couple things, and
That was an odd face.
I'm trying to remember what. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so I'll tell you why I don't know off the top of my head. And this is not something I recommend, but for a while, I've been kind of slowly working towards completion of the Vinegar Syndrome catalog minus whatever goes out of print before I can get it. And I'm pretty close. There's only like 20 or 30 titles left. And so I picked up a couple things. I didn't get Body Melt, damn it. It sold out before I could get it.
Body Melt was so good too.
Yeah, I'll have to next month when I come on, that'll be my pickups. Is what I got on the Labor Day sale, because I ended up making two orders and got a couple things I'm pretty excited about. Some titles I can remember, but I want to save it. I'll save it for next month.
Okay.
Craig mentioned none of the Deaf Crocodile titles were in the Labor Day sale. Is that an honor?
I honestly do think it's a good thing, especially with how they sort of marketed the sale.
Right. It means your stuff is selling. So yeah, you don't get marked down if people are buying it.
Right. All right. Next one. This one is Ghost Nursing, which I think is maybe the one that I'm looking forward to the most from this month. This one looks and sounds wild. So this is from 1982, and it says Jackie is having bad luck with her life in Hong Kong, so she travels to Thailand, believing that a change of scenery will do her well. Shortly after arriving, she learns from a mystic known as the God of Gold that if she agrees to nurse a ghost child, her fortunes will change for the better. Deciding that anything is worth trying, she sets up the required altar and begins to feed the ghost drops of her own blood. The protective young spirit helps turn her life around, but when she becomes distracted by a new boyfriend and forgets to feed the ghost, all hell breaks loose, leading the ghost to fight off an academic studying the occult and possess Jackie's boyfriend, thus setting into effect an increasingly violent chain reaction, of course.
So
this
literally, ghost nursing means ghost nursing.
Literally, yeah.
It's nice.
Ooh, Jeff got Body Melt just before they ran out. Nice.
Way to go, Jeff.
Sibner says, yeah, in Thailand, they don't judge women when ghost nursing in public. Oh, man. So this one is newly scanned and restored in 2K from the OCN, presented in Cantonese with newly translated English subs. Then there's an interview with actor Billy Chan. It's 8 minutes long, and an 18-minute video essay by Sam Deegan again called Ghosts and Black Magic in Hong Kong Cinema. That could be like a full feature-length documentary by itself. So I'm very curious to see what she put in on that.
Well, I'm assuming this is, it is category 3. And if any of you listen to Sam Deegan's podcast, Twitch of the Death Nerve, you'll know that Sam Deegan is quite the fan of category 3 films. So
oh yeah,
I would imagine she's got a lot of smart stuff to say about it.
Wow. Brandon says Ghost Nursing only had 26 violets on Letterboxd when he checked. Deep cut. That's impressive.
What does that mean?
Very few people have seen this, basically.
What's a violet?
I believe it just means it's the color that it changes when you've actually seen the film. And you log that you've watched it.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get a lot more violets soon.
He says views instead of violet. It is actually only 26 people have logged that they've watched it.
I was intrigued. I was like, what is this violet system on Letterboxd? I've never heard of this.
I've totally forgot that the sale was this whole last week has been a whirlwind because Jeremy was here over the weekend. He said he spent way too much money during the Labor Day sale. No thanks to me. We were in the process of driving to a bunch of places, and Jeremy was like, what do you think of this? And showing me his cart in the car. And it was wild to see that for the first time in person.
Jeremy, I don't know if you heard, but Omaha is available for trademarking.
You see this, Will? Body Melt is available at Orbit for $23, so it hasn't reached a ridiculous scalper price yet.
I'm headed to Asheville tomorrow.
It'll be gone before the morning.
I'll order it on the website.
All right. Next up, this is part of the VSA line, An Eternal Combat. This is from 1991. Some interesting art on this one, very similar to some of their other recent art. In the late 15th century China, the master, a Taoist priest, has been destined to fight the Japanese Demon King, a vengeful spirit who has power over the forest. The Demon King has fallen in love with a woman named Gigi and forces her to be his bride. As the master begins his fateful battle with the Demon King, they're unexpectedly thrust into a time vortex which transports them 500 years into the future to modern-day Hong Kong, wherein they discover Gigi's reincarnation, who is being terrorized by her vicious ex-boyfriend, Ben.
I'm picturing a guy like in a wife beater with soup stains on it, being like, "Hey, Gigi, where you going?" And that's the Demon King.
Yep. I just love that they come back to fight somebody named Ben after all that.
Yeah, well,
Ben.
That's
so this is, like I said, this is a VSA, newly scanned and restored in 2K from the OCN. And there is a new interview with the action director Ben's Kong To Hoi on this, 9 minutes long. Never before seen career-spanning archival interview with Anthony Wong from The Untold Story and Ebola Syndrome.
awesome.
That's 13 minutes long. And then a 12-page booklet with an essay by John Charles. So this one sounds like a pretty fun release. You were saying, and then I kind of interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm actually super excited about this one. This is a film that has been on my radar for a while and I've been wanting to see. So, yes, very excited.
I am so glad that we have not only like some of these, and not just a couple labels, but many labels hitting Hong Kong titles hard. And now we're getting way deep cuts for stuff like this. I mean, this is one that in 5 years ago would not have been on anybody's radar, let alone to get a 2K restoration and all this other fancy stuff. This is great.
I mean, between the like 17 box sets of Shaw Brothers films that are out and more to come, plus all of these Cat 3 movies and some fairly well known, some super obscure. It's incredible. The only problem is keeping up with it all, and what a problem to have.
Yeah.
And
just think, the rumor is we're supposed to have another Shaw Brothers box set announced from Shout Factory next time you're on the show next month.
Man,
by the end of the year, like if that comes true and they actually announce another one, by the end of the year, just in 2023, they will have put out, oh gosh, like 70 Shaw Brothers films, 65, something like that, in 1 year.
Well, I tell you what I need is that COVID child credit that we had back in the day.
Yes.
That little check we got once a month to buy food for our kids. That's what I need for these Shaw Brothers movies.
I could guess. I could use a lot more stimulus payments.
Just kidding. That's a misuse of funds.
Eric says, I guess no more Shaw Brothers from Arrow then, right? No, supposedly they still have at least like 2 or 3 more coming. Shaw Brothers put out hundreds and hundreds of films. 65 is like a Thursday for Shaw Brothers Studios. So yeah, there's still plenty to come.
Thursday.
Dustin's, I love this, starting a rock band called 26 Violets. And now I think I know what the limited edition merch for the Patreon is going to be this month. And we're going to make a logo for 26 Violets.
Do it.
And send that out to everybody that is a part of the Patreon that is signed up at that level. That's a really fun idea.
All right.
Newt Jack says, yeah, that Stubby check would come in handy. All right, let's keep going. I think we're on the partner labels now. Yeah. Or no, this is the VSL. Sorry. This one, man, this kind of surprised me too, because this is very underseen as well. This is part of the VSL line, and it's the films of Enrique Gomez Vadillo. And this looks like wildly underseen. This says Mexican director Enrique Gomez Vadillo is one of the country's forgotten cult cinema notables. Notable as much for their beautiful landscapes as for their perverse subversion of telenovela storytelling by wildly upping the volume of sexual debauchery, homoeroticism, and general sleaze. Yes, please.
Yay.
Video's films represent a rare transgressive subset of Mexican genre cinema. That is a hell of a paragraph to get people hyped for this.
Yeah, we don't really need to add a thing, do we? No, this is a director. I've only ever read about this director. So, yeah, you're right. Understand. I've seen his name kind of as a footnote in various essays and articles about Mexican cinema, Mexican cult cinema. Yep. So this is a welcome addition to the catalog here.
So this is going to be 3 films on 2 discs, and it is region free. And there's not going to be a ton of features. There's a couple of interviews on here with some of the actors, and then an 8-page booklet that will come with it. But understandable when it is the price that it is, to be honest. I mean, it's a triple feature release. That's not terrible. Throw in the word dollop and Will is all in. You know what? I might just do that.
A dollop of video.
I love it. Even Craig's in on it. It does seem like there may be a dollop or 2 of sleeves on that disc.
I just want to thank you for giving me a tagline. I feel so seen.
Dr. Eric says, I got kids who read my bedroom at 6 a.m. Don't we all? So I'm probably only going to hang a little longer. I understand it. Let's keep going. We got some other fun titles coming out. Well, first, I guess we got some merch. VS logo 9-girl shirt was available. They put up the Siren skate deck to purchase apart from the reward system. How many of these did you buy this month, Will?
I'm just thinking of what happens if you do a rail slide with that one.
You might land in the bushes.
Oh, man.
I don't know what I could be talking about, but yeah, it's an interesting design choice.
You could do a 369.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. All right.
No, my skateboarding days ended when I was about 12.
All right. Well, let's get past the skate deck and let's talk about porn instead.
Hey, here we go. Amber Lynn. Okay.
Yeah. Amber Lynn is in Amber Aroused. This is now available on the Melusine site, and it's a double feature with Slip into Silk with Kelly Nichols.
Okay.
That is an interesting double feature. On this, we have no special features. It is just a double feature.
I think the presence of Jamie Gillis in the cast is the special feature.
Yes, that doesn't make sense, especially with how many films does he have in the Vinegar Syndrome catalog now? It's got to be like 20 plus.
Oh no, way more than that.
Craig says, "How can I possibly follow this?" You're bringing animation trailers, Craig. It's amazing.
We'll put in a dud before we.
Yeah, we'll tell terrible jokes like we always do right before.
Well, hey, listen, I don't want to sound sleazy or anything, but Amber Lynn's a real interesting character. She was a really cool personality and pretty good actress too. In addition to being, sexy porn star lady. I don't know this film, but it looks from the cover, it's got this Short Circuit vibe to it.
Well, let's share what it is because it sounds pretty interesting. It says Terry Schaefer has just gotten a job as a live-in au pair for a sex-crazed couple, Harvey and Meg Woodman. Determined to serve and satisfy their every need, Terry soon becomes a nonstop sexual dynamo as friends and neighbors alike are itching to get in on the action. Let's not use the word itching there next time. But her greatest curiosity lies with the Woodman's heftily endowed robot named Woody. Marked by highly stylized photography and a rich original synth score, Mark Davis's sole theatrical feature, Amber Aroused, features some of the biggest names in mid-'80s LA hardcore, among them Amber Lynn, Crystal Breeze, Herschel Savage, Shauna Michelle, and Pamela Jennings. Comes to Blu-ray for the first time in 2K from its 35mm OCN.
Oh, that sounds cool. Are you a Frank Zappa fan at all?
I mean, I'm human. So, yeah, at least a little bit.
Everybody should be. Well, hopefully there's Frank Zappa fans. This reminds me a little bit of one of the subplots from Joe's Garage, one of his great concept albums. where Joe gets involved with a German sex robot that's endowed with it looks like a vacuum cleaner covered with marital aids, and he ends up short-circuiting the robot by being too robust with it, and as a result being sent to jail where he composes guitar solos in his dreams. And as I think Frank Zappa's best album.
Right.
And so it's just like this. I'm
Terry
comparing
commented, toss up on what was funnier, Ryan's first reading of Woodman or Will's laugh right after it.
Oh, you can't separate them. It's a tandem.
Yep, just like us. Can't separate them. The second film on this, Silk, Slip into Silk, sorry, says, Silk, a late-night radio talk show host, is worried that her conniving colleague, Sylvia, who's having an affair with the station manager, is planning to steal her show. Determining that the best way to up her ratings is to add a hefty dose of eroticism to her broadcast, Silk is soon the hottest thing on the airways. A lighthearted and star-studded comedy directed by prolific cinematographer R. Michael Stringer, who did Double Exposure. Slip into Silk features Kelly Nichols, Jamie Gillis, Gina Carrera, Laurie Smith, and many more, and has been newly restored in 2K from its 16mm interpositive.
Hey, I got to take a quick break from talking about porn because I hear my daughter is still awake and she's supposed to be in bed. So I will be right back.
Got it.
Don't start just without me.
We will not start Deaf Crocodile without you. Go put your daughter to bed. I will go through some of these comments. Video Store says you should never have too much phone sex. You should get hearing aids. Love that. Chris Cienko says you're pluking too hard. Joe's Garage was a seminal album for me growing up. Yeah, that's perfect. 4K porn, be careful what you wish for. I mean, Vinegar Syndrome has already done, 3 or 4 of them? It's kind of amazing. I mean, Sex World was the first one in the entire world. Leaf Saw says Zappa also did a shoot for Hustler Mag in the 80s. Nice. Sibner, look, I don't want anyone slipping into anything in my pornos. What the hell do you think I came here for? Was that word choice at the end there on purpose? Just curious. Humboldt is happy with Jamie Gillis. Joe's Garage certainly contains Zappa's best composition, Watermelon and Easter Hay. Okay, you fixed it. Nice. Let's see. Elron Hoover and the Church of Appliantology. That is a great line. All right. Yeah, I did want to point out, Newcheck said Corruption is a very good film with Jamie Gillis. And it really is. That one is one that people have slept on for a long time, and it's great. Really great film. It's not, I mean, it's an adult film, but it's certainly not erotic, really. It's just odd. Yeah, Corruption is good. Everybody needs to get it. Plus, it's a secret double feature. There's another one on there as well. And it does still have the slip because it was a catalog slip. It was released later. All right, let me see what the next one is and see if we need to pause. No, this is actually a perfect time to talk about this. So the next title is From Altered Innocence, and this is coming out from 1989. Here's the front of the slip, and here is the back. And I am kind of really eager to talk about this one because I was able to put together the visual essay for this disc. And if you've never seen Coming Out, I think this might be one of the most important releases of the month and maybe even larger than that. Like, this is one of the more important releases of the year, in my opinion. This movie is incredible. And the visual essay, I'm not the one who wrote the essay itself, obviously. As you can see here, it was written by Tom Boy. It's called We Would All Be Honored by Such an Inscription, coming out in the GDR. And it's not just it's not like a shorter visual essay. This thing is 28 minutes long, I think, somewhere around there. It was just an honor to be able to put this thing together. This disc is going to be special. This film is incredible, and I was so thrilled to be able to take part in the visual essay on this. This film, by the way, let's talk about this. It says the multi-award winning Heiner Caro film coming out from 1989 brings the sexual awakening of a school teacher to the fore, a young man in the throes of an identity crisis, which gradually leads into a slow burn acceptance. passionate and dedicated teacher Philip Klarman is at the beginning of his career at a new school, and when he literally crashes into fellow teacher Tanya, the two develop a relationship, landing them in a commitment to marry. However, this union doesn't seem to fit Philip, who wrestles with the same-sex attraction and keen interest in cruising gay bars, where he meets the seductive Matthias, who Philip instantly falls in love with right after their first sexual encounter. What follows is Philip's journey into self-discovery and truth-telling, where everyone who peppers his life, from Tanya to Matthias, through to his coworkers and mother, all face the consequences of his coming out. With its tender performances that bring the sharp writing to life and poignant set pieces, Coming Out is a queer masterwork at the cusp of the transition of the late 80s and into a new decade of East Germany. Featuring transgender activist Charlotte von Malsdorf, I believe is how you say it, and real-life Nazi resistance fighter Werner Dissel in cameo roles, director Heiner Carroll's film was a seminal classic of European gay-themed cinema during the period where America's new queer cinema movement was emerging. And part of the visual essay on this was about the fact that this film premiered the night that they started to tear down the Berlin Wall. And it's amazing.
Did you get any Hasselhoff footage?
I was not allowed to. No, I'm just kidding. No.
Hey, congratulations, man. I'm so excited that you got to work on this. That's like,
thanks.
Wow, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, this was a big one. Let's see. Stan says, what is the price point for Coming Out? And I can tell you that.
A little bit cheaper, actually.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Alternate Innocence discs are not that expensive. If you are not a subscriber, you can get the slip right now for $25.49, or the standard is in stock for $22.99. Not too bad.
Oh. Well, if you are a subscriber.
If you're a subscriber, it's much cheaper. It's like $17.50.
Yeah. Not even. It's like 16.
Could be. Yes, Video Store. I edited the visual essay on this.
Isn't that awesome? That's so cool, man. I'm like stoked.
Yeah. This is an incredible one. And genuinely, the movie itself is really well acted, and it's an incredible script. This is one highly recommended.
We'll be talking more about gay bars in a little bit, but this one is the higher quality film.
Dustin says, as if I wasn't already excited about Coming Out. Congratulations. That's awesome, Ryan. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Day of the Panther. This is an Umbrella release. This was previously released in Australia. And if you have that one, sorry, this is actually a double feature. Day of the Panther and Strike of the Panther. If you have their previous release, it's exactly the same. You don't necessarily need this one at all if you've got that old one. But if you want it, it's available. Have you seen either of these, Will?
No, dude, I'm stoked about this. I didn't realize there was a previous release. This was not on my radar.
Well, the big thing, I kind of want this because there's a booklet with new writing by Brian Trenchard Smith himself.
Oh, for real?
I love Brian Trenchard Smith.
Well, you know, that's one area where Tarantino and I are in agreement. Like anybody gives a shit what I think, but you know, it's like, oh yeah, my judgment on Tarantino. Tarantino's like way better than me, but yeah, he's a big fan of Trenchard Smith, and he is correct. Trenchard Smith,
absolutely. Let's see. Eric says all of the umbrellas so far have been exactly the same, except for the new slip. Haven't they released one or two that didn't have previous releases, though? I mean, at least that's partly different. Stan says, congrats on the vid essay. Disconnected now, I must have it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Paul, another Aussie, says, great director, Brian Trenchard Smith.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to sign your Coming Out disc cover, but I really can if you want, John. But you have to drive here. No, that's silly. Next, I think Will's going to be very excited about this one.
Yes, I am.
So AGFA this month is releasing The Defilers and Smell of Honey, A Swallow of Brine from 1965-66. Will, why don't you tell us about these ones?
Well, these are some seminal
seminal, huh?
Seminal roughies. Now, roughies are a pretty disreputable genre for good reason. No one should like them. My excitement isn't because I am a fan of roughies. Let me just make that clear. But I am a fan of certain filmmakers who do interesting things with disreputable genres, such as Doris Wishman, for example, who made some pretty famous roughies. Roberta Michael Finley, for another. And most of all, Lee Frost, who is a filmmaker who I think is ripe for rediscovery. Several of his films have been restored and re-released. He did some Mondo films that Severin's put out. The Defilers is a roughie that he did. Two of his absolute masterpieces, though, have yet to be restored and re-released. The Scavengers, with the great Maria Leese, the actress, who is also known for directing Dolly Dearest, Vinegar Syndrome release. Maria Leese is a underappreciated cult cinema queen. She also starred in Lee Frost's very first Nazi exploitation film, Love Camp 7, and Frost's other Love Camp 7. Yes, is that what I said?
It is, but he was just already talking about it as you.
Oh
said.
yeah, Love Camp 7, Lee Frost, and Lee Frost's other masterpiece, his greatest masterpiece, Chain Gang Women. I tell you what, you see that movie, you're going to be changed. It is awesome movie, and I hope someone gets it. So Defilers is one of his, I would say, minor films, as roughies tend to be, but you'll see that it has a style. It's a real film that is a roughie, as opposed to just a quick and dirty exploitation film. Smell of Honey, Small of Brine is entertaining in its way, but The Defilers is the real gem of the set. And
Brian wants to know if you have seen Private Obsession.
Yes. Private Obsession, which you could get on DVD, and that recent erotic thriller series that came out. I got a bunch of those on sale at Grindhouse Video. Yes, that was one of Lee Frost's last films, Private Obsession. Look, this guy was a talent, and he does not get the visibility and credit he deserves. And I think he's going to be the next rediscovered auteur. DC Imner is right. I should settle down. But I just want to really emphasize that Lee Frost is a good director who needs to be. Yes, Dixie Dynamite. Okay, I'm not alone in this world. Canadian International Pictures has come onto the scene with some Lee Frost love. I will put down my microphone and get off my soapbox. Let's go to the next title. Everybody order Agfa's release of The Defilers.
That was amazing. I love you and your soapbox. The slip art on this is great. Agfa had not been doing real great on the slip art recently, and I think this is a huge step forward.
You better look out for that titty you're showing.
It's barely visible. Are you talking about mine? This is a release that I have seen a lot of people bring up the word roughie with, obviously, because that's what is being thrown around with this. And I'm just curious because I still haven't seen The Defilers. This is going to be my first time. I have heard people really excited about this and comparing it to the previous, maybe best well-known Vinegar Syndrome roughie that was put out, A Climax of Blue Power. Have you seen that one?
Oh, yes. Also Lee Frost.
I wanted to make sure it was because I thought that was the same name. How do you feel those two compare?
So, okay, if you don't know what a roughie is, let me completely undercut everything I just said by saying roughies are not. Oh wait, how is DC Ibner supposed to be said?
Sibner.
What did I say?
You just said it again. DC Ibner.
I'm used to like the comic books. It's DeSibner. Is that it?
His first name is Daniel. His last name is Sibner.
Oh, Mr. Sibner.
Mr. Sibner.
Yeah. A B-side by Arrested Development. The
Anyways, climax of Blue Power.
the band, not the show. Okay, so Roughies, for those who don't know what Roughies are can be very difficult to watch because essentially it takes the naive eroticism of nudie cuties and adds sexual assault, basically. S&M stuff, staged unconsensual things. So me getting excited was not about the roughy element of it. It was about Lee Frost's filmmaking. It's a genre that's more interesting as a concept than individual titles because it was this weird, and there's a great two great documentaries worth watching, American Grindhouse and Schlock, The Secret History of exploitation films. They do extensive interviews with Doris Wishman and other filmmakers talking about the roughy genre, and they contextualize it really well because they kind of locate it in this nexus of new freedom, lifted censorship restrictions that have been lifted, balanced and polluted by puritanical backlash and this kind of patriarchal, violent death urge. And so most roughies are not only not worth watching, but actively shouldn't exist. But some do offer, for example, Doris Wishman's Bad Girls Go to Hell, and the Defilers. They're very stylish, and they do something interesting with the genre and say something interesting about sex and gender roles. So I won't mess with it anymore. But what was the original question?
How does this compare to a Climax of Blue Power? Because many people had seen that one before, but have never seen this one.
Okay, so Climax of Blue Power is a hardcore film, and it's also a roughie. So the big difference is that D. Sibner is correct. Shouldn't exist, but yay, you got it. I am a contradiction. Climax of Blue Power is again, it's pretty stylish. Video Man Gizmo is also correct. Roughies don't always have sexual assault in them. They can be BDSM movies and etc. And a lot of the better ones, are more along those lines. So I apologize for being, I got a little flustered there and wasn't being really clear. So Climax of Blue Power is a hardcore film. It's also a roughy film. Defilers is a softcore film, also a roughy film. That's the big difference. The story of Climax of Blue Power is really dark.
It is pretty dark
and kind of depressing. The Defilers is also kind of dark, but there's also a little bit of camp in there if you're looking for it. And both, I think the Defilers is a little more stylish in a way. Climax of Blue Power is fairly, I don't want to say cinema verite, but it's very documentary style. How about that?
Yes. Can you answer this question in less than 5 words, please? Does Franco have any roughies?
Well, a lot of S&M movies. I mean, those are The Wicked Warden, for example.
I just want to see what you would say. All right, let's go to the next title. And it is Fugue from Decanalog, with maybe the least interesting backside of a slip ever. But this one...
I feel like I'm in a modern art museum.
This one sounds pretty dang interesting. It says, after a 2-year disappearance, free-spirited Alicia is reunited with her parents' husband and young son despite having no memory of them. Suddenly thrust back into a domestic life she has no recollection of choosing, Alicia struggles to reconcile her new and unfamiliar roles of dependability with the unshackled independence sprung by her recent mental break. With surreal, icy imagery and a seductively hypnotic atmosphere, a director, I'm not going to be able to say it, but it's the same director that did The Lure, which is incredible. Her sophomore feature burrows into the landscape of Alicia's mind, excavating the societal burdens and duties expected of women and whether personal freedom is truly attainable. This sounds remarkable, and especially considering it's the same person as the lure, and I love that. We got an interview with the director, Q&A with the director, and some other individuals, and a trailer and a booklet essay by Sam Deegan.
Who's that?
Sam Deegan.
Oh, yeah, she's up and coming.
She might do all right.
I love the lure, so this is pretty exciting to see.
Eric says some of Franco's long shots can be roughy to get through.
Yeah, that's true. I tell you what, we'll talk about Franco more in a couple weeks.
Is Irreversible a big budget roughie? It's not shot like one, really.
Well, the thing about roughies is that a lot of them are shot really weird.
Yeah.
I don't think that the stated intentions of Irreversible are the same as what roughies tend to do.
Right.
But certainly, I mean, any rape revenge film, which I'd say Irreversible is in most ways, any rape revenge film has something in common with the roughy genre. I mean, we went from nudie cuties to roughies to hardcore, basically. That was,
and then to puritanical nothingness for a lot of it.
Yeah, now we got TikTokers hiding Oppenheimer boobs,
and we're not allowed to talk about them. Ugh.
Right.
Anyways, let's go to the next title, which is a special one because we get a chance to see this. So Canadian International Pictures, who's watching, I think it's Jonathan, John Doyle, that's watching from Canadian International right now. They sent us an email with a link to take a look at this film before we talked about it tonight. And I mean, if any other labels out there watching and you ever want to send Will and I a link for what's coming out in the next month so that we could talk about it on the show, we'd be thrilled to watch it. But the hard part begins. We both take a look at this film this week, and let's go through this. This is from 1973, so it's a 50th anniversary special edition, directed by Paul Lynch, who also did a little movie called Prom Night that some people have seen. And this one says, veteran country musician Jim King has spent decades honing his craft, but he has yet to find success beyond the small-town touring circuit. With a prominent record label circling his current band, King and Country, Jim may be on the brink of a professional breakthrough, but the rest of his life is in disarray. From a suicidal son and a terminally ill friend to a rocky romance with his bandmate Jenny, Jim's life is hard, and it's only getting harder. Will, you want to share anything about this one?
I'm going to go on about this for a minute. I watched this twice, and the first time I wasn't in the right place for it. So I'm going to recommend this to people, but I want you to know, you've got to be in the mood for a very deliberate. Well, actually, deliberate's not the right word. A shambolic pacing. This is a movie that moves along kind of slowly, and then all of a sudden quickly, and it's very true to life. And I want to talk about the cast in a minute because the cast is stacked. But as an Appalachian, I resonated with this film because it's about this Canadian country band. They play both kinds of music, country and Western. And they're playing at a time when rock and roll is ascendant. And the main character, Jim King, played by Donnelly Johnson, is this guy who's been paying his dues and working hard, and he's got the calling. He's given up his family. He's given up so many things in his life because he's got this dream of making it. And the reason I say I resonated with it as an Appalachian person is because the rural Canadian culture has a lot in common with the Appalachian culture, not just the Southern Appalachian culture, but Northern Appalachian as well. Just this very kind of depressing outlook on life, worldview, Weltanschauung, as the Germans say. And this film, it reminded me of everything from Letterkenny to Nashville, the Robert Altman film.
Yeah, I got Nashville from it too.
So Nashville actually came out 2 years after this. But like Nashville, it's a very episodic film as the band kind of goes through its tour, the various legs of the tour, and faces everything from a broken down van to Jim King getting accosted by getting accosted by his ex, his ex's new husband, and a disgruntled former friend who is played by let me make sure I get his name right. And of course, my internet goes out. Who's played by Doug McGrath, who you probably know from Porky's, another film directed by a great Canadian. Donnelly Johnson was in everything from Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid to his final couple appearances before his 2018 death. He was in a couple of. He played Agent Smith in the Arrowverse. He was in The Flash, Legends of Tomorrow, stuff like that. And like all Canadian actors of the 2000s, he was contractually obligated to appear in Supernatural. So he was in that. In addition to those two guys, it's got Barry Convex from Videodrome playing this mechanic who aspires to be a drummer. I mean, it's got everything. And if you, like me, love to see films in which fate destroys a person for no reason whatsoever, this is the film for you. And, watching it, knowing that Lynch was going to make Prom Night a few years later, I was just astounded because it's got this very laid back style. If you don't like movies with music in them, this might be hard for you to watch because the band plays their songs and they're great. They're great songs. But every step of the way, again, very episodic, very, very much a guy who's kind of retracing his steps through life, a guy who's in late middle age, that moment in middle age right before you head into old. And he's trying to hold on to his dream, and he's revisiting all these important people in his past, a friend, his son, his ex, etc. I don't want to give any spoilers. And every visit brings up these memories and puts him in this place of kind of an ethical quandary. And I'm gonna say this, and this is, you can put this on the cover if you want to, Canadian International Pictures. This would make a great double feature with Tender Mercies. I'm assuming everybody knows what Tender Mercies is. Do I need to explain? With Robert Duvall, the Bruce Beresford movie?
Yes.
Okay. Like Bruce Beresford's masterpiece, Tender Mercies, should be seen with The Hard Part Begins. Tender Mercies should be seen as what happens like 10, 15 years after The Hard Part Begins. Tender Mercies is the hard part has passed. And now we're dealing with it. So I loved this movie. I highly recommend it. I recognize that I'm going on and on. So before D. Sibner reminds me, I will shut up. But I recommend it. Check it out.
I will just say a little bit now that Will has said everything, and Will is amazing. I will say that this definitely harkens back, and this is not meant in an insulting way, considering it's a Canadian film, but that true feeling of like Americana. It is a very like true to life, very 70s, very struggling to survive, very tragic around every corner type of film.
Yeah.
Again, thanks to John and David at Canadian International for setting this along, and yeah, this is a remarkable film, and I'm sure many people will be very thrilled with this. As Will said, it is a bit of a slow starter, so keep that in mind. Be in the right like frame of mind as you go into it. But it is very true to life. And then also They left a comment. They are releasing a 4K UHD disc very soon.
Oh wow! Well, that'll sound great because the songs are really good.
Not of this film necessarily, but of a future release.
Whatever it is going to look great.
Yes. So yeah, this does look pretty great, and the art on this again stupendous. That's the front and the back of the slip. Really great choice on this. I'm very curious to see so many of these extras because again, just like all of the Canadian International discs, holy hell is this disc stacked. We've got so much on this. Newly scanned and restored in 4K from the 16mm reversal by CIP. Commentary by Paul Lynch and former TIFF senior programmer Steve Gravestock. Commentary from Paul Karup of Canuxploitation.com and Jason Pachonsky.
Yeah, great.
That's going to be a stellar commentary, guaranteed.
Yeah, continue.
New interview with Paul Lynch about, it's called A Filmmaker Begins, so I'm sure it's about a lot of how he got into this. Lynch reflects on his body of work, another 13-minute featurette on his entire career, his passion for cinema in another featurette, and then new interview with the actor David Daniels, and The Easy Parts Await, a 12-minute essay by Daniel Kramer, who's been on the channel before, who does some really astonishing visual essays. Very curious to see this one. And then Amanda Reyes comes on and talks about the career of actor Donnelly Rhodes. Another 12-minute essay. I mean, this is incredible. And then there's some archival stuff. We got an interview with Donnelly Rhodes from 1989. New audio interviews with actors and associate producer Hugh Curry and editor William Gray. An alternate ending, which it's only a minute long, but I'm very curious to see what that is. And then an afterword featuring Lynch and Gravestock from 2023, just filmed. And then a booklet with a new interview with the actress Nancy Bell Fuller. I mean, that is so much on this disc.
I'm really interested in the alternate ending too, because I got to tell you, the ending of this movie was fabulous. Fabulous. And, Amanda Reyes is a good inclusion here too, because Donnelly Rhodes' TV career was unbelievable. He was in so much great stuff. Oh yeah, that's cool. Thank you. I was so happy to get a chance to watch this and be invited to talk about it. If it had sucked, I would definitely have said so. But so I appreciate the leap of faith. Again, it's if you're looking for an exploitation film, this is not an exploitation film. This is more akin to like the Hollywood new 70s cinema.
Yeah.
So be ready.
They say the alternate ending is just an extension of The Last Shot.
Okay, go ahead and spoil it, but
well, nobody else that hasn't seen it. They don't know what the shot is, so that's good.
Yeah, but now I'm bummed.
well, we'll still get some pleasure out of it, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, these extras are gonna be awesome.
Thanks for sharing, CIP. This was a very interesting week. Will and I had some fun talking about this one. Like I said, anybody else out there that ever wants us to see something ahead of time, let us know. We're here for it.
Especially if it's Lee Frost's Chain Gang Women.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. They say we're screening the film with Paul Lynch himself in Toronto on Sunday night. That's incredible.
You tell him that some guy on the channel loved
it. Next up is a Dark Star Pictures release. This is Hitman's Hero from 2000. This is a Mark Savage film. It says a family man who witnessed a hitman carry out a killing as a child decides to carry out contract executions in the suburbs of Melbourne, but soon finds himself also working as a hitman, making his life far more complicated. This one is region free, has a trailer, has a commentary with Mark Savage and the DP David Richardson, some press clippings and video storyboards. Sounds interesting.
So when I first skimmed over this, I thought it was that movie with Timothy Olyphant. What's that movie? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
It was some Hitman movie. I was like,
he was in a Hitman movie?
I think so. I'm sure somebody in the comments will get it. I didn't see it, but there's some kind of Hitman movie. It was Timothy Olyphant. But then I was like, oh no, this is some Melbourne thing. And as John Peters points out, same director as Masturbating Gunman. Well, if you've seen The Masturbating Gunman, you'll probably want to see Hitman's Hero.
Probably.
So, and I have, so I do.
I think Shane is saying that the name of the film is actually Hitman, and I'm just dumb and didn't get that joke, if that was a joke.
No, it wasn't a joke. I really thought it was that movie. I didn't realize it was just called Hitman. I never saw it. I like Timothy Olyphant.
I love Timothy Olyphant. I'm watching the new Justified Primeval, whatever it's called right now. He is the best part of it, but gosh, yeah, Justified was great.
Oh, and I loved him in Deadwood. You know, he just never could quite restrain himself.
Yeah, he's been great in a lot of stuff. Are we just gonna make this a Timothy Olyphant cast? Here, what's your favorite?
What was that movie where he like went on a vacation on some island and then had to fight for his life or something like that?
I don't know that one. I was going to bring up the remake to The Crazies because I know we both have seen The Crazies. Have you seen the remake?
The Crazies is my favorite George Romero film. And so when the remake came out, I was more than a little trepidatious. Is that a word?
It is.
And I will say that the remake of The Crazies is not as bad as I thought it would have been.
It is so damn good. I like it more than the original Don't Shoot Me, Will. Nathaniel Thompson is watching, and he says Hitman's Hero was originally called Sensitive New Age Killer on DVD here. That is a wild name.
Wait, isn't somebody releasing that? I just saw Sensitive New Age Killer somewhere. Or did I see it in the description of Hitman's Hero?
I believe I got the entire description. So
'tis a mystery that I shall research later. Well, Sensitive New Age Hero is what it's called?
Yes. Sorry, Sensitive New Age Killer.
Oh. Yeah, no. I just saw that somewhere. Okay, I'm going to have to Google around. Humboldt Horror Honey says, what? Martin. Martin is amazing and wonderful and gorgeous and fantastic. But The Crazies is my personal favorite.
Right. Craig has turned into your dictionary tonight, and I love it.
Oh man, I got to tell you, I didn't say so because I was a little bit nervous. Actually, I'm so honored to be able to talk to you, Craig. This is so cool. I'm so happy to be on the channel with you tonight. All right, Hitman's Hero. Check it out. Masturbating Gunman. It's gonna be cool. Whatever. Next.
No, I want you to stew in that for just a second.
Stew in what? Which thing? I said like 4 things.
All right, let's go to the next title. This is amazing. Next title tonight. This is one I'm actually really excited about. So I had Ross from Saturn's Core tell me about this one a couple months ago when I was talking to him. He alluded to it. He didn't tell me what the title was or anything, but said it was incredible. And this looks amazing. This is Night Chills. And this says, avid role player John is a loner and outcast, even within the insular world of his weekly convening tabletop RPG club. He is both bullied and ostracized. The outspoken crush he harbors for Brooke, one of his fellow players, remains bitterly unrequited. Daunted by frequent humiliations and Brooke's continuous rejections, John commits suicide in a fiery car wreck. Unfortunately for the game master and the members of the gaming circle, fantasy soon becomes a deadly reality as John mysteriously returns for revenge on horseback in the form of his former gaming alter ego, the vengeful knight Sir Callio. The members of the club who previously taunted John are slaughtered one by one as the ghostly knight leaves behind a bloody trail of carnage, as well as an ominous rose at the site of each murder. I mean, that is a great concept for a movie.
Yeah. Well, as a former D&D player myself, this one is super intriguing. There are tons of like comedies and fantasy movies around role-playing games, but not a whole lot of, as the description says, slasher films or horror films. Mazes and Monsters, of course. Is that what it's called? With Tom Hanks?
Yep.
That's probably a good double feature there.
And that was released just last year by Plumeria Pictures.
Yeah. I remember seeing Mazes and Monsters and being like, tee the whole time. It was so fun because if you play, you're in on all the jokes, and if you don't play, then you're just kind of horrified by the fact that Tom Hanks goes crazy and tries to stab a bunch of people thinking they're orcs. Def Crocodile says, "Why does this film not look like it has the budget for this description?" Correct,
because it doesn't.
It does not. Go watch the trailer and compare it to the description. It's not quite the same, but Saturn Score has a pretty good track record of curation of SOV films. You really got to know your stuff to select the best and the best of the medium. And this one looks worth checking out to me. I'm biased because I'm into the storyline.
Me too. Let's go through the features on this, and then I think we only got 2 more titles before Craig joins us again. So the features for this one says new transfer from the Betacam SP Master Tapes, commentator with the actor, writer, producer DJ Perry, writer, producer Jeff Kennedy, and writer Juanita Kennedy. There is a visual essay by Alexandra Heller Nicholas on this that's called Night Chills of Satanic Panic and Red Roses, and that sounds amazing. Will is looking down because he is currently purchasing this. Next up is an interview with DJ Perry, then a new featurette with the actors Michael Renee Walton and Stuart McDonald, an archival dungeon tour hosted by writer Jeff Kennedy, local TV news coverage, which I love. I think there was one of those on it was an ad for release. I think it was Scary Tales, and it's this local small town highlighting these filmmakers that made Scary Tales, and they're so out of place on this news footage. It's just amazing. I can't wait to see this. And then I think there's a couple more things. We got an archival behind the scenes featurette, more archival featurettes than I could even type on here, photo gallery, and more. I mean, this looks like a really fun release.
Well, that Satanic Panic thing that Heller Nicholas is talking about is pretty exciting. Having grown up during the Satanic Panic and being a Dungeons and Dragons player who was told by my high school librarian that I was going to burn in the eternal fires of hell because I was playing Dungeons and Dragons during lunch in the library, and etc. I'm really excited about the visual essay, just because the whole Satanic Panic thing, if you're unfamiliar with it, worth a Google. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole because I already talked too much and too fast as it is. But it's also coming back. So if you aren't familiar with it, you should get familiar with it because it's returning in our culture. So Night Chills may be released at just the right time in the zeitgeist.
I agree there. Jake is here, just tuning in. Did I miss any of the DC announcements? Yes, but Craig is about to hop back on, and we will recap that first one again in just a minute. And yeah, I love that. Craig says, can we get Sam Raimi to remake this? That would be incredible.
Yeah. I'm kind of. I wish Sam Raimi would get like a Dungeons and Dragons movie, which I thought the recent one was pretty good.
Oh yeah, you went and saw that with your kid, huh?
Yeah. For a big budget studio version of D&D, that was much better than the previous version. So
funny enough, this is Ross, and I didn't even know this was Ross. He says, hey, if anyone was in the Newark area this Saturday, I'm playing with the Undead with Bobby Steele from the Misfits. That's amazing. No, don't ever apologize for the plug, please. Ross, I didn't know that was you. Thanks for letting me know.
Oh, hell yeah, man. And good on
I
you,
love
Ross.
that he just watched us gush over this without knowing that he was watching. So there you go, Ross. We're always thrilled.
Oh, good on you, man. Love your catalog, and I love the Undead. So I want to check your band out as well.
All right, we got next one up. Speaking of bands, material issue coming from who is this? Factory 25, or I guess this is called Out of Time, the material issue story. So this is examining the tragic story of a rock band on the cusp of superstardom, cut short by frontman Jim Ellison's suicide. The film tells the story of Material Issue, a power pop trio from Chicago that was literally out of time, sandwiched between the post-punk era of the 80s and the alternative rock movement of the 90s, searching for its identity with the gritty world of rock and roll. Oh, it's not Ross. Ha, I thought it was. Ha, sorry.
Okay, dude.
Plug away, either way.
Well, if you know Ross, pass along our message. Material Issue, fucking rule, man. I was so sad when all that went down. They were such a cool band. They didn't get, they kind of came out at the same time. You had Nirvana, you had Smashing Pumpkins, but you also had, the explosion of hip hop that was taking up a lot of airspace, as it should have. And Material Issue just kind of got squeezed out. But I loved them as a kid, or early teenager. They released 3, maybe 4 albums. Really cool. I hate to use the term post-punk, but that's the right term. The kind of Gang of Four type vibe, and I think I haven't seen this yet. I'm definitely going to, but I hope that everyone who does see this film immediately goes out and gets all of their albums so that the surviving members can get a little bit of royalties. Material Issue was a great band. Never got their due.
Yeah, I agree. Sibner says, I can't believe it's 11:30 and we're still only on OCN. Yeah, it's going to be a long night.
Shit, man. Let's get to that.
Well, after this, we're going to have Craig back on. This one is another one from Enjoy the Ride Records, or ETR Media, as they're called on here. Slopes Game Room, Sega, The Complete History, Volume 1. This is interesting because they have previously released what is basically a PowerPoint previously. And this literally says, originally created on the YouTube channel, Slopes Game Room. So these are YouTube videos that were short films made into a film that they're putting together. However, I hear this is actually really well made. I'm all about it. If you are into the Sega side, I've heard it's good. I don't know who to trust on this one. Were you into the Sega era of gaming, Will?
I was a master of 8-bit Nintendo, and that is the only console that I've ever had. I briefly had a PlayStation 1, and I beat the first Resident Evil and Final Fantasy 7. And then I realized that because I am an addict in many areas of my life, that video games needed to not be a part of my life. So no, I was never a Sega guy. This is a collection of YouTube documentaries. Is that what it says?
Yes. I will point out, and this is semi-impressive. It says with over 30 million views. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Joe Jonas' divorce video has that many.
And 12 of them are you, probably.
Yeah, so I don't need to buy it.
I get that. So this is going to have a whole bunch of documentaries on it. Afterburner, The Complete History, Altered Beast, Congo Bongo, Daytona USA. You can see the list here. There's a bunch. If you're into the Sega side, this is Volume 1. I would imagine they are probably doing a Volume 2 either next month or soon after. There are some extra features on this that run an hour and 22 minutes, but the actual documentary on this is 340 minutes, so almost 6 hours. That is a lot of content.
Actually, I am kind of curious because Sega always kind of fascinated me, especially Sega Dreamcast. And so, this is something I don't know that I need to own, but I definitely want to see it.
Well, it sounds like you can probably see it on YouTube.
Maybe. The sequencing, that's the important thing. That's the curation.
I get that. Well, speaking of curation, let's get back to Def Crocodile, because their next title, this is the title for the month of September. This is the Kickstarter release that they had announced just a couple months ago, and that is Visitors from the Arcana Galaxy. Once again, incredible looking art on the slipcover. Really sells me on this film, even though the Kickstarter alone sold me. This says, Imagine if Troma Films had been hired to make a Sid and Marty Krofft Saturday morning kids show, and you have some idea of the unspeakable strangeness of Visitors from the Arcana Galaxy, a truly gonzo Croatian sci-fi fantasy comedy about a struggling writer, Robert, who dreams up a story of gold-skinned alien androids named Andra, Targo, and Ulu from a distant planet. Incredibly, his fictional alien creations become reality, causing chaos in his relationship with his girlfriend, Biba, and threatening his small seaside village. The alluring lead robot, Andra, looks like H.R. Geiger redesigned the Machinamensch from Fritz Lang's Metropolis. Watch for the scene where she pours hot coffee and cream out of her fingertips. But for sheer jaw-dropping insanity, nothing rivals the Moo Moo Monster, created for the film by legendary Czech animator Jan Svinkmeyer, a rubber-suited, multi-tentacled creation that destroyed a wedding party, ripping off heads and spouting plumes of toxic green smoke, while a blind accordion player blithely plays his squeeze box. Visitors was a rare live-action feature from animator Dusan Vukotic, best known for a stunning Upa-style cartoon shorts, including Cow on the Moon and the Oscar-winning The Substitute. On that note, I think it's time to bring Craig back on. Hi, Craig.
Hello.
Hey.
That is a wild description. Can you tell us anything else about the Arcana Galaxy?
When I first watched it, my immediate impression was it felt like one of those where they made in the late 70s, early 80s Disney live action films that had a bit of a dark edge to them.
Yeah, more like Shelley Duvall's Fairy Tale Theater.
Yeah, it was like they weren't horror, but they weren't comedy, and it's another one of these films we've put out that it doesn't have a genre. It's a comedy, it's a horror film, it's sci-fi. You get to see heads pop off.
Okay, you've sold us. I get it.
Yeah, for some reason, there's this woman wants to convince the aliens that they come in peace. So she convinces all the villagers that they should strip naked to show that they're not carrying any weapons or anything. So the whole village walks into the cave to greet the aliens all completely nude. So yeah, it's in the monster that comes out towards the end of the film is it's kind of cool. It's the little boy alien has this little toy, but he can make it turn real. So he's got this little monster toy that then blows up into a full-size monster and wreaks havoc. And young, I can never pronounce the name, Jan Svinkmeyer?
I think that's close, yeah.
He designed the creature for the film. It's fun. Like I said, this is the one that Sam Deegan was just laughing all the way through.
I can't imagine.
It's a lot of fun. From a technical standpoint, it was I don't say a nightmare. It was difficult. The elements, the best element they had available was an IP, so we had them scan that. They scanned it a tad dark. So, and it was in pretty rough shape. It was pretty dirty and scratched and all sorts of stuff. So a lot of time was spent on this one. And weirdly, I say weirdly because I don't think most people do it, but I did the picture restoration, the color grade, and the audio restoration all myself, which has become just a necessity because we don't have the budget to outsource this stuff. So I'm learning all sorts of new skills.
Well, on that note, did you hear the question that was asked right after you popped off the first time?
Remind me.
How basically is it easy?
No.
In quotation marks. Starting a video label like this, is it something that pretty much anybody can do, or do you have to have tons of industry contacts? Because obviously you've got some history with a few.
Well, I mean, easy enough to do, I guess. Do well and or make money? No, like that's a whole different animal. I'm super lucky that Dennis has just this endless. What's the word? Like we're not going to run out of titles to release.
Right.
I think he said in our last interview, it's like there's thousands of films. Like we're not going to run out. Like if someone else puts out something we were interested in, it's like, well, bummer, but I'm glad it's out. Like there's another amazing film out there. So.
Well, you all have really kind of staked out a territory that has been underseen by especially Western audiences, because so many of your films come from Eastern Europe or former Soviet satellite countries.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. I'd say it's 50-50 that those are titles that Dennis was very interested in. Like I said, like he'd done retrospectives at the Cinematheque of Patushko films. He had like a lot of this stuff is stuff that he was familiar with and wanted to, because like Ilya Muromets was one that he couldn't get when they did that retrospective. So he really wanted to for people to see that. So, sorry, I didn't read that. So
it said,
I don't know how you guys keep track of the comments and talking all at the same time. I'm not a good multitasker.
It's even worse because the announcements that I share are on another screen. I can't even see the comments while I'm looking at those.
Well, you're a master at it.
So this comment said, I always imagined that the crew of Deaf Crocodile was just one large angry Russian man sitting in a room with a wall of VCRs. I guess it's not.
No, it's one large English French man.
And Dennis frickin' Bartok.
Yeah.
And then the other one that made Will crack up like crazy was, seeing you all on screen is like the most progressive opening of the Brady Bunch or the least famous episode of Hollywood Squares.
I claim the mantle of Jim J. Bullock.
I'm going to say, you who's going to be the center square? That's all that anyone cares about.
Yeah.
You can be Whoopi, Craig. Well, the first film that we announced tonight from Deaf Crocodile, of course, was Benny's Bathtub. That was 1971, I think, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next one is 1986. This one is from Hungary. You want to share anything about this one before we play it?
It is it's another animated feature. It's like you said, it's a Hungarian film with some strong American influences. It
was because you couldn't remember the year. It was just funny.
I have a memory of a goldfish, so the Hungarian film, it's got a lot of like American influences. It even starts with a Star Wars crawl up the screen. The lead kind of looks like Danger Mouse. Like it's got a lot. It's got crime film influences. There's just lots of like American British cinema influences throughout the whole thing.
A lot of
again, it's a family film that's safe for anyone to watch, but it's not American, so it's not quite as pasteurized as something that we would put out here, That
was excellent diction. I love that description.
It's a fun, great film. Beautiful animation. The Hungarian Film Archive restored it, and they always do a beautiful job, so it looks gorgeous. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Craig, I love you so much. Let's all take a trip together to Cat City. Here we go.
Tudja, Grabowski, nincs már sok időnk hát. Azt mondjad, a ráp, jaj, ez fáj! Jöjjön közelebb, sapra.
Szálljatok be. Kölcsönöztem egy autót. Várj! Miért?
Wow.
There you have it.
I the first two times I saw that, I didn't see somehow I missed the cigar cutting scene. That is sadistic as
The mouth.
yes.
Hey, listen, I gotta say you were totally right to invoke Danger Mouse. It definitely has some commonalities.
Yeah, it's got some spy adventure. You know, we intentionally used the Star Wars yellow and font for the trailer because it makes sense when you see the beginning of the movie.
Had to, yeah.
Now I want to say, and this is not a spoiler, but a enticement for the final announcement. So, the three films all have kind of a musical element in common. This film is not a musical per se, but an actual live action musical adaptation was produced, right, in around 2011. Of
That's news to me.
Oh, okay. Well, what I am saying is apparently true, based on that.
I believe you.
So and there's a sequel too. Evidently,
There is a sequel. The sequel we were interested in. We kicked around the idea of trying to get both and putting both out on a single disc, but it's a different rights holder, and it became complicated. So we're like, well plus we do have an affinity for analog animation, and the sequel was digital.
Okay,
but it's still a great film.
Yeah, well, hopefully this will entice more people to check it out, knowing that if they're into it, there are all these the additional things they can connect to it. That trailer was awesome, man. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, we're hoping to tap into the internet cat market. I mean, everyone loves cats, so release some cat movies, and maybe we'll have some money to do something else.
Well, we've got the history of animation. You've done a couple of those previously, and now we've showed a couple of these tonight. Was animation always special to you, or is that a Dennis passion, or you both mutually come together on that?
I mean, we both love it. I think I might be pushing it a little more, and it's a combination of I love working on it. I love watching it, and honestly, it sells well. So it's a win-win all around.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got, we're announcing 3 tonight, and we've got more in the hopper we can't announce yet. So
Wow.
we still have non-animated stuff coming.
Yeah, it's not everything. This looks incredible. Fits right in with the catalog. Is there anything from this we'll say the last year that you feel like is a little under represented, that you haven't gotten enough love for recently online, that you should point people towards?
You mean our releases that
Yes, sir.
are flying a little under the radar?
Yep.
I don't know, for the past year, I'd say that the two Nazarov films, Zero Grad and Assassin of the Tsar, they're both fantastic movies. Zero Grad is just dryly hilarious. It's it's like it's like a dry British humor. It reminded me of something Monty Python might have done, but with a kind of coldness of a Russian film.
Right.
It's just a lot of, it's a great movie. And then Assassin of the Tsar,
Yes,
that one is so
Malcolm
good.
McDowell,
Yeah.
and not over the top Malcolm McDowell, like terrific performance. And it's got this wild where it's like, it seems like, is it sci-fi or not? Like it leaves it kind of open of like, is he just a nut, or is this kind of this story got like a sci-fi bent to it? But both those films are terrific. Great interview with Malcolm that Dennis did on that disc. Lots of great stories talking about the making of it in Russia, and it's just, I mean, I love all our releases, but those two, selling well, but they didn't end up in the Labor Day sale, but they're a little slower than some of our other titles. And it might be they're newer. I don't know what the reasoning is, but yeah, they're both terrific movies.
Video Store wants to know if you would release any of Yuri Norstein's animations.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, I like I said, sending us, go through the contact on our website, and I don't know why I looked over there. My website's not over there. Yeah, just go to the contact and send us, suggestions. We love them.
Great.
Well, this actually brings up something that I was going to do for the third one, but this is the perfect segue, so I'll do it now. What is the best way for people to support your releases? Because from what I hear, the best way is through your own website, right?
That is the best way for us. Yes, we make a few more nickels that way than buying them from somewhere else. But yeah, just buy them. I don't care where.
Yes.
We keep the website prices the same as Vinegar Syndrome. But if they pop up, I think they've been starting to pop up on Amazon. So, not that I tell you to support Jeff Bezos, but if you can save a few bucks and you need to save a few bucks, buy it on Amazon. It's like,
obviously, supporting a label that you love is a good reason to buy direct, but also you've been throwing some pretty cool things into some of these releases, right?
That's true. See, my goldfish brain forgot that, and I just sent it to you earlier today.
Craig is including they're going a little old school and putting trading cards, one trading card in each order if you purchase from the website, and there are a total of 6, so you don't know which one you're going to get every month. They come at random. If you keep ordering, you get other chances. Let's take a look at them, though. This is what, go ahead.
Yeah, there's the 500 of each card, so not that many. And yeah, I just remembered, when I was a kid, early teens, I used to buy it was the Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom trading cards. I bought those all the time, those little wax packs with the crispy gum. I mean, I wish we could put together wax packs with these. That would, oh man, that would be great. But yeah, I just remembered loving those cards. So I remember the Batman cards and the Indiana Jones cards, and I was like, we should make some cards. 'Cause I actually had this idea back when we were with Arbalos, and it never came to be. So I dusted off that Photoshop file and made some cards.
So let's take a look at them. You could get any of these 6 randomly right now. We've got stuff from visitors from the Arcana Galaxy, the Pied Piper, Fish and Cat, and Ilya Muromets, and those are just the fronts. And I really love these. On the back side, you actually shine a light on the director. You've got actual information on these. This is such a cool thing. And if you don't get all of them, the point hopefully is to treat them like trading cards. Find somebody who has one that you need. Contact them, send them one that they need, and
they're
actually
called
trade
cards.
Yeah, get a full set.
And that's the first 6. You know, I'll keep making more for all of our titles. You know, some titles will get more than one. Even the titles that aren't on disc, we've got some really amazing South Asian films that we'll definitely be making cards for, because they're great films. So yeah, we'll just keep. I'll just keep making them. And like I said, I told you earlier, I've got a big box. It's right behind my head here. Great big box full of the cards. So when I pack up an order, I just reach in the box and put one in the package. It's literally random what card you're gonna get.
And for people that love to see behind the scenes, Craig is reporting from the Deaf Crocodile warehouse right now, also known as his garage.
Yeah, also known as my garage.
Well, we're going to see a whole new genre of unboxing videos. We'll get the trading card unveilings.
Yes.
So people can, yeah.
I mean, I hope people have fun with it. That's the whole point, you know. Get people, you know, talking about the label, and you know, it was. I was wondering if we're to start the ground. Which one to start with? I don't know. The title,
any of them is my answer.
Yeah, the title that was going to come out of my mouth immediately was just like, well, that's setting the bar real high, and then people might be disappointed with the other ones.
Right?
I mean, they're all great, but honestly, the Pied Piper is an absolute masterpiece.
Yeah.
And it's in stock on the Deaf Crocodile website right now, so go check it out.
And through a fate, we had some delivery problems with Pied Piper. We got half our order didn't ship, and then when it did ship, a box went missing with FedEx. So that caused some issues with shipping when it first released. But on the upside, the missing box from FedEx showed up, and we still have some of the Brian Level slipcovers, which are sold out on the Vinegar Syndrome site.
Oh. Because
we got them very late. So yeah, and speaking of Brian Level, he did the Pied Piper slipcover for the Vinegar Syndrome release. He did the wrap art. He did the art in the booklet. He did art on the disc. He also did the slipcover for Arcana Galaxy, the Kickstarter slipcover, and he designed our logo. Our cute little crocodile is Brian Level. He's amazing.
It's a great logo. Craig, this has been fantastic, and Craig has one more trailer to reveal after we do
you know, since I did open my big mouth and tell you what some of the other things on the other disc was, I actually took notes this time. So, Cat City. Look at my notes here. I know a lot of people probably usually they're purists and they, oh no, don't do that. I know a lot of purists, you know, they typically just want the original audio mix, whether it's mono. That's on the disc, but the Hungarian archive did have a 5.1 mix. Wow. But that's an optional mix on the disc. As I had mentioned, Sam Deegan does a commentary for almost all of our releases, and she's on this disc. Walt Chow, I always pronounce it wrong.
I think it's Chaw.
It's Chaw on Twitter. I think it's Chow.
Okay.
I forgive me, Walt. You know I love you. But he is far and away my favorite film writer writing today. Like, he has written 2 reviews in the past year that literally made me cry. He's amazing. So we're thrilled. He did an essay for this. He's done some more essays for us. He's going to be on a lot of our stuff going forward because I just adore his work. He has an ability to see so much more than just what's on the screen, like well beyond just what's on the screen and how it affects him and how, you know, he's brilliant. And I'm thrilled that he's going to be on more of our releases going forward. And his essay on this is great. It always is.
I can't wait. That one you shared with me, man, that his review from Everything Everywhere All at Once was mind blowing.
Yeah, you read his review for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's another. It just stabs you in the heart.
Before you go, one more question. Tony from Australia wants to know: do you ship to Australia? Film lovers from Australia would like to support your label.
We ship anywhere. Our stuff is region locked, region A, so you need to have a region free player, and international shipping is ridiculously expensive. But it's you know, it's what it is. That's not our hand.
None of these labels are making money on shipping.
We do. I'm surprised how many international sales we get on our website. Like a lot. Like, you know, I just sent something to Austria today. You know, Japan, Australia, like UK, like all the time. So it's kind of exciting and humbling that people are like, they're not just buying our movie, but they're paying $20 for it to be shipped. I'm like, Jesus, I'm sorry, that's crazy. Thank you. But yeah, as long as everyone understands it's region A locked and they need a region free player, we can send it anywhere.
And I want to interject. You know, like anybody else, I want to get things as cheaply as I possibly can. But put it in perspective, economy being difficult as it is, to pay $20 for an object to be sent all the way around the world is actually pretty cheap.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I hear people complain about the post office constantly, I'm just like, you know, for 60 cents or less than 60 cents, they will hand deliver a letter 3,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And people are like, that's too expensive. I'm like, that's nuts. What are you talking about?
So all the way around the world.
Yeah. So the Cat City, 3 more shorts on that disc.
Wow.
And 3 documentaries about the director and the film. So another lots of stuff on there.
Awesome.
I'm so
incredible.
I'm so interested in that film because of all the parody and how it kind of weaves all the genres together. Everything that I've read up until, you know, in preparation for tonight has been really exciting. So
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, it's fun to be doing this. We usually just announce one acquisition at a time, but I was like, well, we've been touting how much we love animation, and we got, you know, 3 acquisitions. I was like, Dennis, why don't we just do a big announcement? We got, you know, putting our product where our mouth is. We're like, yeah, we got 3 more animated films coming out.
Now, okay, this is don't let me put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Any thoughts of doing bundle type things or anything like that now or in the future?
Define bundle type things.
People buy them all together and you get, like, you know, a couple bucks off for it.
Our Kickstarters have generally had that option.
Oh, right.
So with Pied Piper, we had an animation pack. Arcana Galaxy, we put together a sci-fi bundle. Putting something like that on the website would be I just need the time to do it.
Right.
You're right. I remember that now. I looked and I was like, I did the lower tier. but I thought about it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you have some of those other discs. I mean, that's the thing with the bundle. It's like, well, if you've already bought one or two of them, like, I don't want to buy them again.
Right.
Right.
Well, this has been an incredible reveal, and we still got one more to go. It's gonna be a long night.
Not to be no spoilers, no clues, but I'm most excited about the third one.
You know what I'm sure you've been shared. You know what's coming.
I'm most excited about the third one too.
Really?
And if anybody has noted the decades, we did a 70s and an 80s. You can probably figure out what we're talking about next. So at the end of the announcements tonight, Craig will come back and we'll do a final announcement, and go from there.
So stick around.
All right, I'm gonna pop back into the chat window.
Cool. Thanks, Craig. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
Craig is amazing.
Dude, I'm so excited about Cat City, bro.
Cat City looks incredible. All right, let's keep going because somehow we've been doing this for 2.5 hours and we're like a third of the way through this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's wild. Now available from Yellow Veil is We Kill for Love from 2023. This is a documentary on direct-to-video erotic thrillers. And it was one of my most anticipated titles for this month because this looks freaking amazing.
Sam, you know why? Look at the last two interviews on there.
Last two interviews on here are let's see.
In the starring part.
Starring. Oh gosh.
Yeah, you know what's up.
Yeah, I knew that. Jim Wynorski and Fred Olin Ray is what Will is talking about there. This is going to have a commentary track. Go ahead.
The Kings.
Intro and outro by the director, Anthony Penta. 3 parts commentary track. Danger by Travis Woods. Women Gothic Romance by Sam Deegan. Erotic Softcore by Douglas Kesey. 6 deleted scenes and interviews. The history of the phrase erotic thriller by Anthony Penta. And then an essay by Justin LaLiberty himself.
So who typed this up and
misspelled Sam's name?
Like both of them.
Yeah.
Well, I guess not everything can be perfect, but hey, listen, we've talked about erotic thrillers with Brad Henderson. We've talked about erotic thrillers, in our personal conversations. We've all thought about erotic thrillers because we're erotic people. I cannot wait to watch this because the only thing more interesting to me than the actual erotic thriller is the making of the erotic thriller.
Sibner says, I don't think they use any footage from the films. Honestly, that kind of makes sense.
It's all in here, though. It's all in here.
Chris says, this looks fantastic and a worthy topic. So many of these films were just hovering around in the ether, but I don't know anything about the genre as a whole. And there's a lot out there. And
also, I don't want to throw shade on anybody, but Yellow Veil is trustworthy. As far as I'm concerned, other than spelling Sam Deegan's name right.
It is a tough name to spell. Let's be fair.
No, it's not. It's an extra M and an H. It's it's like of all the names in this business that you should know, Sam Deegan's probably in the top 10.
I agree. I was trying to be polite.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
But all right, we're done.
Yep. Circle Collective is releasing What Doesn't Float from 2020. This says 7 stories, 1 city, a disparate group of characters fill out this darkly comedic anthology of New Yorkers at their wits' end. When the I can't even see what that word says. When the dailiness of urban life is suspended by an unforeseen conflict, each character must make a decision. While the outcomes vary, a unified sense of the city emerges. New York becomes a mirror to the ego, reflecting our true character while the rest sinks to the bottom.
Okay. I watched the trailer of this and it looked, I'm going to be honest. It looked like one of those indulgent New Yorker movies, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also they misspelled dailiness. So I guess we're having some OCN issues with the text. But hey, you know, anytime you see Larry Fessenden's name, it's like, okay, well, he's decided to support these people. And the trailer, while it did lend me to think about this as one of those self-indulgent New Yorker movies, it also looks amusing. You know, After Hours is one of those self-indulgent New Yorker movies too. So I'm not saying this is on that level, but this is definitely a film that I want to check out before picking up. And seeing if it's worth it. But
I get that.
Potential is obviously there.
Yeah. Next up is Connie putting out Will Your Heart Beat Faster from 1980. And this one, I mean, first off, Connie is one of my favorites so far. After repeatedly failing to smuggle drugs into the Philippines, Yakuza soldier Onoda slips a laced cassette tape into the pocket of a stranger on the plane, pop singer Johnny. This singular deus ex machina sets the Yakuza, the Filipino-Chinese triad, and a fake convent of nuns onto Johnny's tail. Determined to figure out why everyone is chasing him and his friends, bandmates Nonong, Nancy, and newfound love interest Melanie, the quartet dress up and go undercover. When the lunatics come together, a cartoonish rock opera ensues. There's a lot to unpack there.
Well, I'll tell you, there are a couple labels that are automatic for me. Like most labels, I got to check out first. But Deaf Crocodile, Canadian International Pictures, and Connie are automatic.
Yep.
I've gotten films from them that haven't been like my favorite, that I haven't vibed with, but none of the films from any of those three have been disappointing. And so I'm going to continue to stick with Connie. This looks awesome. I don't think I'm going to have a problem with this one. But you know, if that means anything to anybody, those are the three labels that I trust without like as total blind buys.
So this one has a 2K restoration from the 35mm print kept at the Asian Film Archives in Singapore. There is an 8mm making of featurette from 1980 that's 14 minutes long. Short film that is 27 minutes long. Interview with the screenwriter from this year that's 31 minutes. There's also a bonus feature on this called Miss Philippines that's 99 minutes from 1947. It is digitally enhanced from extant elements in 2023 with optional English and Tagalog subtitles. It probably doesn't look the best, but it's just an entire bonus movie. There's also a before and after for Miss Philippines that's 4 minutes long, and then a booklet featuring excerpts from Last Look Back, and then new writing from Teddy O. Ko and Jessica Zafra, and some archival photographs. This looks amazing.
Nice.
Terry says was very close to pre-ordering this one. Very intriguing premise for sure. And then I loved Michael's comment. That title is like when the puppets were speaking Arabic in Team America. Kakaba kakaba kaba. Let's go to the next one. Vinegar Syndrome and OCN had some merch up there. They had Backstage and Beyond. This is a Chiroptera press book, and it was autographed by Fabio Frizzi himself. They have Zombie, the composer's cut from Cadabra Records, and then the Outwaters vinyl soundtrack from Enjoy the Ride, and a What Doesn't Float hat from Circle Collective. If I remember right, I think there's one other title that didn't post, and I think we're coming back to that. But let's get away from OCN for a moment. Kino Lorber announced part of their Kino Cult line coming next year. 2 cult classics with Betty Page, Varieties, and Teaserama. Do you have any strong feelings on Betty Page?
She's inspired a lot of rockabilly fangirl haircuts. Yeah, she's the poster woman for the kind of transition between burlesque and sexploitation reels. You know, the early nudie cuties and whatnot. David Friedman talks about this a lot, or talked when he was alive about this a lot in interviews. How so many burlesque artists and striptease artists were kind of duped into filming their routines and then kind of screwing themselves out of jobs, right? Because why do you need to pay somebody to travel around to burlesque joints when you can just show a film of them doing it? And so, you know, Paige is kind of the most famous of those striptease artists, burlesque artists, who, you know, for better or for worse, committed themselves to film.
Right.
Certainly she's got an iconic look. I don't need to go into that. Though I'd like to.
All right, then let's go to the next one. Hey, I did a video with Jared Honor and Chris from They Live by Film this last Tuesday. Give it a watch if you haven't. Jared came on and revealed a couple of his titles and a lot of stuff coming up, and we're going to talk about those in just a few minutes.
Quite good.
Kino, go ahead. What?
Quite good.
Quite good?
Yeah, I watched the video. I was there. I was on the live.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey, my mom was here. Good night, Mom.
Hey, Angie.
Josh says Cadabra Records is a great label. Zombie is their 100th release. Dang, nice.
Oh, how about
that? Kino announced that Two Small Bodies with Fred Ward is coming out on October 24th. This is from 1993, and it has an interview with Susie Amos on here, and there's a trailer for the Beth B collection.
Don't forget Susie Amos. Hey, Battle of the Little Joe is a good movie. And Beth B, awesome. She just did the new Lydia Lunch documentary. She's been doing documentaries and narrative films and experimental films for years. She's a punk rock legend. This is 100% worth checking out.
I will keep that in mind because I love Fred Ward too.
Oh yeah, Fred Ward's great, but hey, Beth B, know her. She is a real filmmaker.
All right, going to the next one. Clint Eastwood doing Play Misty for Me is coming on 4K from Kino Lorber sometime soon. I mean, they're kind of doing this for most of the Clint Eastwood titles. Completely expected. And I think this is one of his best 2 or 3 films, probably.
You know, especially for modern audiences, watch this because Jessica Walter is the as you can see on the art there, the I guess we would say now unhinged woman. So to see the matriarch of Archer and Arrested Development as a young murderous sociopath is pretty cool. You know, Clint Eastwood learned a lot from Don Siegel, and this is and Sergio Leone, and this film is a really interesting kind of calling card for him as a young director. I'm not going to say anything else about Clint Eastwood right now. Jessica Walter's great in it, and this movie's a lot of fun.
I love that Jessica Walter had this giant second life in comedy that came on strong in her later years.
You know, she was so funny. Yeah, she was great.
All right. Next up, this came out of nowhere. Kino is releasing Babes in Toyland from 1986 on November 21st with Drew Barrymore, Richard Mulligan, Keanu Reeves, and Pat Morita.
Oh, you forgot somebody really important. Jill Schoelen.
I forgot to read more. Go ahead.
Stepfather, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
This has the original and full screen, widescreen ratios on this, and we've got subtitles in the trailer. That's it. I've never seen this one.
Oh man, it's it sucks.
When I posted this announcement, I've never heard more people say this is the most boring I've ever seen than when I looked in the comments under this.
Yeah, people are very nostalgic about it, but it's awful.
All right, here we go. Next one, Rudy from 1993 is coming out on 4K in a steelbook from Sony. This is going to have a new 4K restoration of 2 versions of the film with Dolby Vision HDR presentations on both. new Dolby Atmos audio track plus English 5.1 for both. There's a brand new 127-minute director's cut of the film, which is 13 minutes longer than the theatrical cut. Did you see this? I'm sure you did. What do you think about Rudy?
People are really nostalgic about it, but it's awful.
You hated it? I liked this movie a lot when it came out.
Oh, okay. Well, we're still friends. I'm more of a Lucas guy. It's the genre triumphant, beat the odds, Forrest Gumpy stuff.
Yeah. It's very cliche.
I'm not, if I'm going to watch Samwise Gamgee be Samwise Gamgee, I'll watch the movie where he's Samwise Gamgee, because that's basically what he is here. Yeah.
I get that. I am very curious to see this extended cut to see if it helps at all. But also, there's a new feature commentary with the director and screenwriter. I really like that they're actually producing new extras, including a commentary.
Yeah. If you like Rudy, here it is.
Well said. Oh man, this pissed a lot of people off this week. October 3rd, Best Buy is releasing a brand new exclusive 4K steelbook of Evil Dead Rise after everybody bought the import steelbook from the UK. And guess what? This also has the special features that were on the UK release, and this was released 3.5 months later. Yeah, hey, now it's coming out.
I don't want to sound like a dick, but I mean, it's a big studio release, so you knew this was going to happen, right?
I did. That's why I didn't get any other releases.
So what do you got to complain about? If you've got a cool import, then you've got a cool import. And if you're like, oh, I got to have the Best Buy steelbook, then get it. But what's there to be mad about? You knew this was the release strategy because it's been that way for quite some time.
I don't remember. Did you see this one when it came out, or have you seen it since?
I did. I took my wife on Mother's Day to see it, and we enjoyed it.
So I just got to ask everybody: is it weird to anybody else that they are using the cheese grater as such a prolific part of the marketing of this movie when it was in the film for like 12 seconds?
It was a good 12 seconds, though.
It was decent, but to encompass a huge piece of the marketing, that's so weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like that. Look, it wasn't amazing, but I was surprised that a slick studio movie would be that bleak, I guess. I know some people in like our circle of film fans were really down on the movie, but this is the highest profile Evil Dead movie of the entire franchise, and
sure is.
And I was impressed with what they got away with, frankly. Dead Sea Life is right. It's like putting Rosebud on the cover. Did we find out who Dead Sea Life actually is?
Not Ross. He did. He said his name was Jason. I won't repeat his last name, but
is this going to be like a host situation? Are we going to be dead at the end of this?
I mean, maybe. If we play our cards right.
But not before revealing the final title from Deaf Crocodile.
Of course. Next up, November 14th on 4K from Paramount as part of the Paramount Presents line is Terms of Endearment from 1983. You got some big old names in this. You got James L. Brooks, Shirley MacLaine, Deborah Winger, Jack Nicholson, Danny DeVito, Jeff Daniels, John Lithgow, all in one of those Paramount Presents fancy gatefold cases. Yeah,
people are really nostalgic about this, but no, it won a bunch of awards. It's not really my thing, but
yeah, that about sums up my feelings too.
It's prestige.
So Chopper also
can,
coming out from Shout Factor.
Yeah, or you can get Chopper twice.
This is coming on November 28th, and as per usual, they're saying extras in progress. We'll talk about them later. You already know what they are. Just tell us. Come on. They announced the 2018 version of Death Wish coming on 4K on November 28th. Did you see this one?
I did. It was a little controversial. Eli Roth remake of Death Wish. You know, his past several movies have been remakes or super homages. Green Inferno, Knock Knock, etc. This is one of the last Bruce Willis movies in any real sense. One of his last movies as a kind of action star.
Yeah.
And you know, I know a lot of people are down on Roth and with valid reasons. For some reason, he does not annoy me as much as Tarantino and Zombie and all these guys. But this film kind of plays with the radical conservatism of the Death Wish, the earlier Death Wish franchise. Deliberately being provocative to audiences like me, right, who are pro gun control and all that, and I liked that. I liked that he was kind of taking a poke at people like me. So I found the movie amusing. I don't know if I'm going to get this. Probably at some point I'd like to see it again just to see if I still think it's worth it. If you've never seen it before, I think it's worth watching at least once, and this will be the addition to do it. So that's my take.
I actually really like Eli Roth, and I've not seen this. I wouldn't mind seeing it.
We were talking before. You didn't. We were talking before. You didn't realize this was Roth, right? It was kind of under the radar.
Yeah, it's not like they sold this as from the same director as the Green Inferno or anything like that. But also, it's a cool day to talk about Eli Roth because the trailer for Thanksgiving came out today. He finally created his Grindhouse fake trailer into a full movie, and that's coming out this fall.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The trailer looks surprisingly great, and thank goodness they are keeping the trampoline kill. So. I cannot wait to see that one.
I think it's funny that he followed up Death Wish with the house with the clocks in its walls, right? Which was a very cool kids movie. I took my children to see it, and they really enjoyed it. So, any criticism you have of Roth is probably valid, but I think he's an interesting filmmaker at least.
Yeah. Let's continue to the rest of the Shout Factory slate. Sonny Chiba Collection Volume 2. This will have the defensive power of Aikido. That's on disc 1. The other part of that will be 13 Steps of Maki. Disc 2 will be Karate Warriors and the Great Okinawa Yakuza War. Disc 3 will be Karate for Life and Golgo 13 Assignment Kowloon. Disc 4 will have the Okinawa War of 10 Years. And this is all coming on November 14th. And as usual, there will be special features, but you can't know about it until like 10 days before it hits the streets.
Well, actually, and some people may have seen the chatter online about this. One of the special features is Sonny Chiba, because several of these films he's hardly in. Only in for a scene or two. But then there are others like Karate Warriors, Golgo 13, where he's still the star. People would be right to be angry about a kind of bait and switch. Like if you think you're getting Sonny Chiba star movies, several of these are not that. But all of the movies, I haven't seen all of them, but I've seen like Defensive Power of Keto, Great Okinawa Yakuza War. Some of these films that he's only partially in are in the vein of Sister Street Fighter, where he's kind of there as the star power, but he's supporting other performers, and they're good movies and great showcases for these lesser known names. So for me, I'm excited about this Volume 2 collection because they're films, in particular, Karate Warriors, that I've wanted to upgrade for a long time or get copies of. If you are like, I don't know anything about Sonny Chiba, and this is a way for me to get to know Sonny Chiba, maybe start with Volume 1.
Yeah.
Or the Street Fighter collection.
That was released previously.
Right. This is more to broaden your palette. And I'm not going to say that this is deceptive marketing, but it is selective marketing.
It is creative packaging.
Creative packaging.
Stan says, I met Eli Roth just after the release of Death Wish. He was a real charmer.
He seems like in interviews, he seems like a really fun guy to hang around. You know, I'm sure he thinks the world of himself, but you know. Uh-oh. Oh wait, that's the wrong one.
You had your whole cue and did it with the wrong one.
Well, no, I'm so excited, and I'm so glad I talked to you before we had the live stream, because I totally had the actual Blue Oyster song queued up on my phone to play to the microphone, and you informed me that might get the channel destroyed because of copyright violation, and so I'm glad I didn't surprise you with it. Shall we talk about Police Academy?
A little bit, yeah. There's going to be some Shout Factory dissection in this, but let's start with just obviously, first off, how good is this?
So, all right, I'm going to try to do this as quickly as possible. Everybody knows that Part 4, Citizens on Patrol, or COP, is the best one. But I would argue, and I will argue with you, that all 7 are worth a watch. Steve Gutenberg obviously is the star power that pulls the first 5 together, but all of them have something worth watching. These are all very, loose, episodic, occasionally offensive films, but they all of them are so good-natured that there's a little bit of comfort food there, especially for those of the generation that grew up with at least the first 5 playing in rotation all the time on HBO, TBS, TNT, etc. Right. I'll also say one of the really interesting things about the first Police Academy, which is definitely an R-rated movie. Make sure you know that before you sit down with your kids. Paul Mazursky, who is the kind of producer, showrunner, as it were, of the series, directed exactly one film, and that film was Sugar Hill, the blaxploitation zombie movie.
That's incredible.
Which is 100% and very movingly about the generational impact of American slavery and police corruption. Sugar Hill, when I show Sugar Hill in my zombie class, it automatically becomes at least a third of my class's favorite movie. Sugar Hill has, every time I show it to somebody, it changes their life. And the fact that Mazursky went on to Police Academy, and I always show him, hey, here's the trailer for the movie he did next. And everybody's like, what the fuck? A comedy about incompetent policemen? Are you kidding me? But that's what happened. And look, Bobcat Goldthwait and Steve Gutenberg and and Bubba Smith and Leslie Easterbrook. I mean, there's so many fun comedians. Sharon Stone's in part 4. Young David Spade is a skate rat. Just there's Christopher Lee is the bad guy in part 7. I think, yeah, 7.
7, okay,
6 or 7. I think it's 7. Where they go to Russia, and they were actually in Russia. And there were some political issues with them being there at the time. The Police Academy movies are not great cinema by any stretch of the imagination, but they're very enjoyable and great on a rainy weekend afternoon. And I would say wait for a sale. And get them.
Let's get into that before you go into detail. So the big thing here, this is only existing because this is the first time that it's been on Blu-ray in the United States. This has not been released in the US previously. This was released, however, in the UK.
Yeah.
And you can still buy that set for literally like $20, not even on sale, just on an average Tuesday because you feel like it. Now, we don't know anything about restorations because it's Shout Factory and they'll tell us in 4 months or whatever. I don't get why they do that, but who knows if there's going to be, tons of features or if these will suddenly be brand new 4K restorations. Probably not. But in all reality, if you're just so interested in these, the other one's region free. Just go get that. This is $70 right now on the Shout site. And not that it's not worth $10 a film, but it's really not worth $10 a film.
Yeah, well, you're right. Okay, so the big difference is that the Euro version is like this wide because it's regular DVD cases or Blu-ray cases.
No, they put out a small one.
Did they really?
I've got the small one, yeah.
I've got the big one.
It's like the thickness of 2 Blu-ray cases, and that's it.
You're right then. I will say, based on the packaging, it's a 5-disc set, so that means that at least a couple of the films are going to be kind of compressed on there together. Oh, Stan Geezy said he worked with Bubba Smith on a film. We need to know what it is, Stan. You can't tease like that. Hey, Bubba Smith is, again, Police Academy 4, Citizens on Patrol is the best one. And Bubba Smith is so great in that one in particular. If I may, yama, 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 yama. Fools to think they can kill the brother of Abdullah. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, very much so. I was also prematurely laughing because Michael says Ryan taking the worst flex ever. Hey, I've got the small one. Either
true.
way, I'm tiny and proud. Let's go on to the next one.
I got the big one. Oh, I'm excited about this.
Yeah, this one is actually a big deal. This is not on Blu-ray previously, and this is a big deal. Surviving the Game is coming. This is a film from 1994 that needed a Blu-ray. We got Ice-T, Rutger Hauer,
wow. Charles Dutton, man.
Charles Dutton, John C. McGinley, Gary frickin' Busey, F. Murray Abraham. This is one that has been on my wish list for a while. I'm glad it's coming out.
I mean, the Most Dangerous Game, but with Ice-T. Are you kidding?
With Ice-T.
if you haven't seen this, get it. I've been wanting this on high def forever. A super fun and right. This is Walter Hill, right?
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it is because that's what it is on my wish list.
I don't remember. That's a good question. Somebody in the chat will probably answer very quickly if you don't get it. Ernest Dickerson directed.
Oh, that's right. I'm an idiot. Right, because this was right after Juice, and Dickerson. Juice, Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight, and of course he episodes of The Wire and Fear Itself, and so many. The longtime cinematographer for Spike Lee. Yes, Sorry, I was thinking of a Walter Hill film, and it got me confused. This is one of Dickerson's. Oh, yeah. I don't need to say anything else. Get it.
Get it.
I'm on it. I'm on this.
Next up, Fargo is coming out on 4K. Love this movie. This is coming on November 7th, but in classic Shout fashion, they're selling a snow globe in this package, and all they can tell you is that this is a production image, not yet final. Nothing else about it, but this crudely drawn snow globe. Will laughed himself off camera. Okay, so I love Fargo, and I would love to have this, but this is so silly. I'm astonished that they actually use this and that they are advertising it like this. I hope that they use red sprinkled snow in the snow globe, but I also hope that they get some new special features, because it is odd that Shout Factory is releasing Fargo, I must admit, but if they do some love by it, I really hope that it's great. I don't understand the pricing on this, because it's a 4K, and the stuff that they have coming out with it is this a rolled poster of the theatrical artwork, an I Heart Golf notepad. It's not even a notebook, a notepad that's 50 pages, and then the glass snow globe, and it's $90. $90. You can get the 4K by itself for $32, which means everything else is $58. A notepad and snow globe is $58. I am shocked. No, I'm not. This is ridiculous.
And appalled.
$58 for a snow globe and a notepad.
And not even a single lobby card.
Not at all. That would have been $190.
Well, you know, I think the score for Fargo is maybe one of the, if not the best scores for any Coen Brothers film. I can't speak to the ridiculousness of the price.
Hot take.
What's better?
Many of them.
Name one.
I'm going to go with The Big Lebowski, just because everybody says I hate it. I really like the music in that movie.
Wait, score? Or
they've got some really good ones underlying. Okay, fine. I'll go with Blood Simple then, because I love the tension that it creates.
Oh, that is a pretty good one. Well, regardless, that's a pretty ridiculous.
What was that word? Well, regardless.
No. I said that's a pretty good one, but regardless, that is a pretty ridiculous price point for a snow globe and a little. What is that? A pad?
It's a notepad that's 50 pages.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to witness another classic Shout Factory rant?
Yeah, I do.
So let's get into this.
Oh my God, we've gone full screen.
We are going full screen on this because Shout Factory deserves this scorn from many people.
Except for the pack. Everybody should buy the pack.
Everybody has to buy the pack. It's a glorious disc.
The pack is good.
Okay, so every single month, Shout Factory releases, on average, we'll say 2 collector's editions on average. Many months, there's up to like 4 or 5, and they come with posters. By definition, posters are advertising documents and cannot be sent media mail per the USPS guidelines. Every single month, Shout Factory ships out movies with posters packaged as media mail to people all across the country. These number every month, at least on the light side, between 1,000 and 1,500 releases. They are gouging the U.S. Postal Service out of literally tens of thousands of dollars in mail fraud every single month. An example of this, recently, I had to pick up a package that they sent as media mail that should not have been sent as media mail. I got charged $45 to pick up my package.
What?
Shout Factory refunded it immediately, but if only 5% of their customers are charged that extra money to pick up their mail fraud package, they're still benefiting by tens of thousands of dollars in mail fraud every single year. How are they still doing this?
Well, I'm glad I never ordered the ones with the posters.
It is shocking to me that a company that big has not gotten caught doing this. And the fact that they put their customers on the hook to pay for that and then refund them if they ask. Otherwise, if you don't ask, you're just stuck with it.
Wait, okay. So you order it from the website, and if it goes to a post office box, the post office
No. If it gets inspected and it's found to not be media mail, because if you have a package that is this long and it's this tall and it's labeled as media mail, what is that going to be when it only weighs like 2 pounds?
Oh.
It's not media. So they know when they pick it up and go, what the hell? This isn't media mail. They're going to pick it up and open it, and somebody's going to get that red light buzzer going off and go, hold on, something crazy is going on here. And okay, now we have to charge the customer because somebody has to pay for the postage. Shout paid like $6 to send it media mail. That's it. But when you pick it up, because of the size of this frickin' posters, you're going to have to spend like another $15 to pick up one film and a poster. But if you get 4 or 5 at a time, the size of the package goes up exponentially, and it's like $50.
I never knew that. I guess none of my postal workers are conscientious.
And that's what they're hoping for, is for everybody around to not inspect it. And then they get away with mail fraud every single year just by not being honest.
Wow. This is total news to me. What should we do?
Probably nothing. Either way, I just wanted everybody to be aware. If it happens to you, contact Shout, and they will immediately refund you for what you had to pay to the post office. But you still were out that inconvenience. You had to go probably pay for that. You had to spend your time. You had to maybe drive to the post office to pick it up.
So the post office puts you, the consumer, on the hook for their mail fraud.
It's either that or they send it back to the origin customer.
Well, it sounds like we do a class action or something.
Craig is saying shipping our posters costs more than the poster itself.
Well, the answer to that is no more posters.
Sincerely, though, this is a big deal. And I'm going to sound like a nerd because I work for the federal government, but that's a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse, costing a lot of money that should not be happening.
No, that's not.
Anyways.
Wow.
Not trying to light a fire under everybody, but I know everybody likes the rants. But this one is especially egregious. This is like the most expensive time that I've ever seen. You know, somebody just add up the estimated figures. How many of those Halloween box sets did they sell that they sent out media mail that had 5 posters in there? That's a lot.
I didn't get
Magic Hands. Yes, it is the first time I've ever had to pay to get it, which means the other like 30 times they got away with like $6 to $10 of shipping on every single one of those just for me. They've saved like $400 just for me.
Should create a new sub label, Fraud Factory.
And that's what they're going to use to advertise my channel to that label. Let's go to the next one. November 21st, Shout Factory is releasing Farscape the Complete Series with 3 stickers, a poster, and a pin set, and it cost a lot of money, $240.
Well, that takes a lot of the wind out of my sails there because I love Farscape so much. I was so excited about this this announcement. My kids grew up watching reruns of Farscape with me. My oldest daughter's first cell phone, I downloaded the Farscape theme song as her ringtone. We are huge fans of Claudia Black as Erin Soon in this film, or in this series. This was Jim Henson. It's such a cool series because it's not afraid to make its characters unlikable and complicated and have arcs that kind of go back and forth and all over. And I love this show. I'm so excited, and to have the ended after 4 seasons and then had some sci-fi miniseries films to wrap things up, the Peacekeeper Wars. Farscape is great, and this is from the golden age of the sci-fi with two eyes channel. I know this is super expensive. I am not going to get the $300 version, nor am I going to get the $175 version. I am going to wait until I can get the box at a reasonable price. But I will say, for me and to anybody who is interested, this show is worth revisiting. It was briefly available on Blu-ray that went out of print. I can't remember who put it out. I have a DVD version of the show. So I'm excited to upgrade. It's worth it to me to upgrade. I love Farscape. It's a great show.
We should probably try to go through the rest of these very quickly. We are almost 3.5 hours into this, and we still have many more to go. So we got some TerraVision announcements before this
is your format.
I know. Easy now. I'm going to try to push us along. We got some TerraVision announcements before we got the other Scream Factory things, just because of how it worked out. Let's go through these. So TerraVision announced Hell's Highway. This is a film from 2002 that looks really interesting. They got a really great trailer up for it. A few interviews on this, and then a Beverly Lynn commercial. And Brad said in the Discord that they are working on some more features for this, so hopefully we get something special. Next up,
it looks great. We love TerraVision.
We really do. Coming out November 27th in the UK from 88 Films, Last Hero in China. This is a Jet Li film. I've not seen this one. I know you watch some of these. Have you seen this one?
In the interest of time, I will say it looks very cool.
Okay, we don't need to do that. I'm fine going for like 5.5 hours, but not everybody will be. And I'm trying to be conscientious of Craig's time, but he's working. And also, I guess it's only 9:52 in California. So,
well, you can have Craig come on anytime you want to. This is
this is my show format, right?
Exactly.
All right. If you have not seen this, we will carry on because I have also not seen this, but it could be an indicator.
I'll be quiet if you want me to. Otherwise, I will go into a long disquotation of a long soliloquy about Jet Li. No, I haven't seen it, but it looks cool. Go ahead. Oh, I've seen this one. We're going to talk about
that. Happily. Tales from the Dark Side coming on 4K on November 28th from Scream Factory. Good movie.
Yeah, I've heard. No, man. This is a great anthology film. Steve Buscemi, Christian Slater, Julianne Moore. So many great shows. Debbie Harry. Holy cow. Shakespeare was not brevetous at any point in his career. Yeah, all right. That's all I got to say. It's just this is one of the all-time great anthology horror films. Romero's involvement, of course, is what makes it most well known. But it's got a great cast. It's got great shorts and 4K. Hey, I mean, I hope there's not. Is there a poster involved? There's a poster. So you've got some ethical issues.
You're running a risk. The other one they're doing is the Stephen King flick Silver Bullet from 1985. I love how Stephen King is always associated with this movie so thoroughly. This one has Corey Haim in it. Silver Bullet. A lot of nostalgia for this one for a lot of people. Is this a special one for you?
No, I didn't see it until later in life. I always thought it was a Bob Seger biopic. I guess people don't know who Bob Seger is.
I know who Bob Seger is.
Okay. It's an American treasure, goddammit. Hey, listen, Bob Seger is awesome. I'll take Bob Seger over Bruce Springsteen any day. Give me Detroit Rock City over New Jersey. But this film, which has nothing to do with either Bruce Springsteen or Bob Seger, but instead is about Corey Haim in a wheelchair. It's a very fun werewolf flick, and you know, you've all seen it. I've seen it. I enjoy it. It's fun. It's not a masterpiece, but it's a fun werewolf flick. I mean, look, this is not about ableism. If you're in a wheelchair and you got a werewolf after you,
you're in trouble.
The tension ratchets up. You know, so if you've never seen Silver Bullet, go ahead and check it out. Is there a poster involved?
There's, of course, a poster involved.
Well, be careful then.
This is going to be the new quote for Shout Factory titles.
Oh wait, look, Deaf Crocodile is in the
there. That's why I pulled it up so they could see it.
Oh, good. Well, we have the same perspective on it. It's not great, but yeah, I love it too. It's a lot of fun. I don't want a poster though.
Well, I also don't know how I feel about this poster art, because this is going to be what's on the poster. It's like 90% just black.
Yeah, you're really saving on the art.
Yeah. Anyways, I think that's it for Shout Factory for this month. How about this one? The Naked Gun, just the first film, coming on 4K on November 28th in a steelbook.
I feel like we should have talked more about Police Academy because I wore my Blue Oyster shirt.
Yes.
just for Police Academy. But whatever. Naked Gun. Hey, wait, what's boring? Naked Gun or the cover of Silver Bullet.
Yep.
Are we talking about Naked Gun yet?
Yeah, let's do it. I already read it. I love this movie. Some of the best comedy out there.
Oh man, well, and Police Squad. Several of the episodes, of course, directed by Joe Dante. One of probably the greatest 6-episode TV show ever made. and The Naked Gun. What else? There is nobody on this channel who hasn't seen it, and if there is, they won't admit it. They'll just go out and get this. Super fun. One of O.J. Simpson's best roles.
I love at the end of the sell by line that they're using here. It says, "You've read the packaging, now buy the movie."
That's very in keeping. And you know, I know that O.J. allegedly has had some difficulties in the years since this film came out, but he is really good in the film. So you know, recognize that the performance in the film is what it is, and enjoy it for that. And of course, Leslie Nielsen is the GOAT.
Brilliant
for deadpan, double entendre, pun-based comedy.
Rest in peace to the GOAT.
The GOAT.
November 21st, Kino is unleashing Stalag 17 on 4K. This is from 1953. William Holden, Don Taylor, Otto Preminger flick. We got some new commentaries on here. One with Steve Mitchell and the Combat Films American Realism author Stephen J. Rubin. And then another commentary by film historian Joseph McBride, author of Billy Wilder, Dancing on the Edge.
Joseph McBride is awesome. Also a great author of John Ford biographies and Kennedy conspiracy theories. Joseph McBride is one of the world's preeminent expert on JFK assassination conspiracy theories. I'm pretty sure he believes them. I'm also pretty sure that I was on this channel talking about the Kino Blu-ray release of this.
It could have been when they announced that this was coming on 4K, just sometime.
Possibly. I'm going to retell the story that I told then. I love Stalag 17. It is a Nazi concentration camp comedy, but much darker than, say, Hogan's Heroes. But the reason Stalag 17 resonated with me for the very first time, you might remember this. This may be a triggering memory. Do you recall the band The Bloodhound Gang?
I think I do remember the story. Carry on, yes.
So the Bloodhound Gang, and this is their first album before their Firewater Burn like MTV hit their mainstream explosion, whatever, buzz clip. Their first album, which is much more of like a just jokey party frat rap album. Somehow I got a copy of it. I was working in college radio at the time, so I would get like all these promo copies. I'm saying this so everybody knows I didn't go out and buy the first Bloodhound Gang album. Like I give a shit.
Don't be ashamed. Come on.
It was like, no. I didn't. It just came to me. No, I have bought Bloodhound Gang albums, and I'm not ashamed of it. But the first Bloodhound Gang album came in, and I can't remember what song it was, but one of the songs had a sample of dialogue from a movie that goes, "Look at all that meat, ain't she the bitter end?" And like 10 years later, I watched Stalag 17 for the first time, and it's from Stalag 17, and it's a guy, it's a Jewish prisoner in a concentration camp who's looking through the barbed wire and seeing some women in a women's camp. And of course, in the context of the Bloodhound Gang song, it's this dirty sex thing. And in the context of the movie, it's also a dirty sex thing, but it's wrapped in despair. Because they're in a fucking death camp. So now I can't watch Stalag 17 without thinking of the Bloodhound Gang.
I'm so glad that you decided to tell this story again.
I gotta find out the song. I'll tell you all. Go ahead.
Oh boy. I can't breathe. Man, this is a weird one. All right, let's talk about this. October 24th, Paramount Pictures is releasing Paramount Scares Volume 1. This is coming as a 4K box set, which includes Rosemary's Baby, Pet Sematary, Crawl, and Smile, plus an elusive mystery fifth title. Who knows what it is? The way that they are doing this, each movie will have its own exclusive slipcover. There is a collectible logo pin of the Paramount Scares logo because everybody's clamoring for that. And then an exclusive special edition of Fangoria that Justin Beam was able to serve as guest editor on, and a Paramount sticker sheet. This is so odd.
Yeah.
I feel like they looked at the Columbia the Columbia Classic sets from Sony for the last couple of years and said, you know what? Let's do this just like Columbia Classics and put out something out there that everybody will love. And they release Rosemary's Baby and Crawl in the same box set. Rosemary's Baby and Crawl. What's odd is I really want that Fangoria magazine with Justin Beam being a guest editor in. I don't want anything else from this box set.
All right, before we go any further, the Bloodhound Gang album that I'm referring to is called Use Your Fingers. And the song that samples Stalag 17 is called We Like Meat.
That's perfect.
All right, back to the Paramount set.
Paramount Scares. Yeah, this is so weird. Obviously, it's just a studio cash grab type of thing.
Well, but if you don't have any of these, is it worth it? So, I mean, I liked Crawl, and I liked Smile, and I like Pet Sematary and Rosemary.
All the movies are good that they've revealed.
And these are all 4K, right?
They're all 4K, but they've all been released on 4K previously or are about to be in the case of Rosemary's Baby.
And then there's one mystery title.
There is a mystery title that they are advertising as a UHD debut. Now, they could massage that verbiage a little bit, and I actually kind of speculate on this, that there's a couple titles that it makes sense for it to be. One of them, I could see it being Orphan First Kill, because that was released on 4K in the UK, but not in the States. So it would make sense financially for them to do that, because they're already making the disc. And then the other one, they've been advertising The Ring a lot on some of their social media. So I could see them doing the Ring remake. And the other part is it's chronologically set up. So we got Rosemary's Baby, Pet Sematary, Crawl, then Smile. Obviously, there's a lot of time between Pet Sematary and Crawl that it could be. But the other clue, when you zoom in on this sticker sheet, they've got a sticker for every title but one. And it looks like it would make sense for that to be a picture of Samara coming out of the TV screen. Just guessing on the shape of it a little bit. So I'm leaning to something like that. It looks like they're going to have a little saying next to it, but I don't know.
I mean, this isn't anything that I would need, but and it looks like a big old box. So I don't know. It doesn't offend me, but it's not something I'm interested in.
Yeah, I also would love to know the size.
Yeah, I like all the movies in it. But if The Ring is the mystery movie, then I have no need whatsoever. Is the mystery
honestly,
a new Bloodhound Gang album with songs inspired by the other 4 films?
I love Crawl, and if it was The Ring, I would be maybe more into it. I love the Ring remake. Naomi Watts is incredible in that.
No, and Gore Verbinski should not be judged by the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise because it was a good friend. Mouse Hunt is one of the great subversive children's films of all time, and I thought his Ring remake was pretty good.
Here is a deep cut. I don't know how deep you were in YouTube culture, or I don't even think it was on YouTube, but like 16 years ago, there was an online character called I Am Ninja. Did you ever watch I Am Ninja?
No.
It is a guy in a ninja costume that just made fun of things all the time. And he brought up the Pirates of the Caribbean and said, you know what that needed is a little more gore and a lot less Verbinski. And it was the funniest thing in the world. Yeah, I love Gore Verbinski. But in all reality, this set is priced around $100. That's not terrible for 5 4K films and the extras that you're getting with it. But at the same time, it's 4 films that have been on 4K for years. And it's just exploiting horror collectors that buy this shit up, and it just feels gross. If you're gonna copy Sony, do it the right way and make them all new to 4K.
So they're not like remastered in any way or anything like that.
No, they're gonna be identical discs, literally.
Yeah. Well, if you don't have them, then here you go, and you get the Fangoria and the stickers and everything. John's like, why would you curate Crawl with Rosemary's Baby?
It's very true.
Do they have anything in common? Well, they're both mostly set in buildings.
Yeah, that's not a stretch at all. Love it.
And Smile also has some. No, yeah, that's it.
Smile has some buildings.
They're in buildings. They're in structures with ceilings and times.
and I enjoyed Smile. It's a very cliche movie, but honestly, in this box set, Crawl might be the winner for me. But I want to know what that 5th title is for sure.
I'll tell you one thing about Crawl. That one dude is resilient.
He should have died like 9 times.
My God.
Well, as John says, sometimes dead is better. So let's go on to our next announcement. The next one is an indie horror from Scream Team releasing, and that is The Pumpkin Man. That is a modern from this year film. You can get it by September 19th. You can pre-order it now on their website. This one says Cromwell is a town whose history is intertwined with that of a local legend, the Pumpkin Man. Most people don't believe the tales, but when Catherine Quinn discovers the missing piece of the legend, she and her friends will come face to face with the demon of fall, Kerbis. This has an audio commentary on it, a making of featurette, a feature anthology, and some trailers. And I like Scream Team releasing. I got quite a few of their things, actually.
Well, this looks to be somewhat inspired by like Krampus, right? Like,
yeah,
another legend-based horror movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't care for Krampus, but that has nothing to do with the Pumpkin Man. I'll check out the Pumpkin Man, and then I'll let you know what I think.
I feel like you and I need to have a long conversation on holiday horrors soon.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. We should do that.
All right, next one. Universal is getting into the let's try to release fancy 4K releases. They are putting the same old Schindler's List disc that they've had laying around for years into a limited edition Universal Essentials collection that is releasing on Halloween. And it's the exact same disc as you've had previously, except it's got a slipcase, a film cell replica, certificate of authenticity, on-set photos, a collectible booklet. And what's funny is in their copy, they straight copied the 4K disc copy that they had previously because they're saying commemorate the 25th anniversary when it's about to be the 30th. It makes no sense how little they are trying.
So, the historical Oscar Schindler didn't do shit until it was clear that he was going to get in some big trouble towards the end of the war, and then he saved some people. So historically, there's some shit with this movie that's not cool. And then just also from a filmmaking standpoint, as you know, because I've said this on every podcast I've ever been on, I got a problem with Spielberg and with Schindler's List because it masquerades as an art movie, but it's just an exploitation movie, and it oversimplifies and reduces the horror of the Holocaust to this maudlin sentimental shit. And I Spielberg is Spielberg, and he's better than me. And I'm not in any way trying to take away from his intentions, but the film does not work for me. Most of his films don't work for me. And if you like Schindler's List, this looks great. Sounds like there's already some existing editions that are just as good. That's all I got to say.
And it's literally the exact same disc. So you're not missing out on anything if you get the old 4K for much cheaper once this releases.
Bette Davis is a great actress, and you should see her in Fallen and Army of Darkness.
Joe Jack says, so are they trying to charge extra for an old disc using fancy packaging? The answer is yes, absolutely. Let's see. Let's go to the next one. South Park, The Streaming Wars. Somehow following Schindler's List makes perfect sense. This is coming on November 7th. I believe these were two made-for-streaming movies that went on to Paramount Plus. I haven't seen anything South Park related in years. So,
based on the character drawings, this might be another good double feature with The Hard Part Begins. These guys look very similar to some of the characters in the movie.
And based on the creature in the back, maybe Silver Bullet too.
Well, that's Man Bear Pig, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'll definitely check this out. I was I was a college freshman when The Spirit of Christmas came out, and then when the and it took like an hour and a half to download the 5-minute short, and we'd gather around this computer to watch it. And then when the first season of South Park came out, we watched it because it was the most subversive thing that existed. And I think that I watched every episode of South Park up through the first 6 or 7 seasons, and then not deliberately, but just lost touch with it, and only recently was shocked to find that it has now been on for 27 years.
Yeah.
And so I saw the Red Rock concert special where Trey Parker and Matt Stone did music from Orgasmo and Team America and all the South Park and Cannibal the Musical. And I really enjoyed it, especially because Primus and Ween and all these other people came out, and it made me want to like sit down and do like a straight watch through of the whole thing. But I as yet I have not had a million hours to devote to it.
That's a lot of hours.
Yeah, I haven't started yet, but I probably, I will soon. I have no criticisms of South Park other than that their insistence on topicality makes them dated.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Let's go through one more title and then we'll talk about some classy stuff. October 31st, Universal is also making one of their Universal Essentials collections out of Animal House. And this one is going to have a, you don't sound happy, 30-page favorite college yearbook with rare photos, behind-the-scenes images, and more. Film cell replica of an iconic scene from the movie, 4 on-set photos with John Landis, and a reversible sleeve with original poster art, numbered certificate of authenticity. Again, same exact disc as previously released.
So I got to tell you, I've alluded to in visits on the show that all these budget cuts are coming in my university, and my job is being affected. And you know, I'm no better than anybody else. I'm not entitled to anything, and budget cuts often are for real reasons. And in this case, that is so. So I'm not disgruntled because I feel like I'm being treated unfairly. However, the administrator who is in charge of the particular budget cut decisions having to do with my department is a dead ringer, both in appearance and personality, for John Landis. And that makes me want to fucking murder him. Because he is such an irritating twat. And God love him, you know, he's a person. He's got, I'm not talking about John Landis, I'm talking about the administrator. He's a person with bones and flesh and blood and hopes and dreams and fears and tragedies, just like the rest of us. And so is John Landis or whatever. But fuck John Landis. He's a murderer and he deserves to be in jail. And his son's a piece of shit too. And can you get sued for me saying all this stuff?
No, I think it's very warranted.
All right. So fuck John Landis. Fuck everything he's ever made. Fuck his son. Fuck his whole family. Fuck everyone who's friends with John Landis. Fuck Animal House.
I will say, knowing somebody personally that has had a personal interaction with John Landis in the last year, yes, completely agree. And yeah, that's enough time wasted on him.
That said, Animal House has great statutory rape jokes in
it. Which does not surprise me whatsoever. Hey, let's talk about some classy titles coming from Radiance. Radiance is releasing on December 8th.
Wait, did I tell you about my Animal House idea for a sketch? I did, didn't I?
No, but go ahead.
Well, you get somebody who looks like Jim Belushi, and you dress him up in a toga because he's going to a toga party. But when you get, I'm drinking apple juice, dude. I've recognized my problem and I've dealt with it. So it's just really late and I'm punchy. So dress Jim Belushi guy up in a toga because he's going to a toga party. But when he gets there, he realizes he's in a yoga studio. And so he tries to do like toga stuff, party, keg, smashing guitars. But everybody around him is like namaste and all yoga related. And then in the end, he buys into it and he's doing the yoga, but it's Jim Belushi in a toga.
Chanting, yoga, yoga.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
Michael Smith. Listen, Michael Smith, let's not take it out of context. None of those jokes are pro those things.
John Landis is a joke, and he's pro one of those things.
Yeah, my John Landis jokes are absolutely literal.
Coming on December 18th in the UK from Radiance is World Noir Volume 1. This is beautiful looking box set. Love the art that Radiance has been using all year. They've kind of been hitting all of these out of the park. This is going to have I Am Waiting, Witness in the City, and The Facts of Murder. And these are all new 4K restoration of The Facts of Murder for presented on Blu-ray for the first time in the world. 2K restoration of Witness in the City, and that one is for the first time in the UK. And then I Am Waiting is on Blu-ray for the first time in the entire world as well. We're going to have an 80-page booklet featuring new writing on the films by Barry Forshaw, William Carroll, Haley Scanlon, Pasquale Lannon, and Sam Wigley. Then on I Am Waiting, commentary by Jasper Sharp, who is a Japanese cinema expert. We talked about Jasper on Tuesday night. He is a very busy person. Then there's a documentary on Yujiro Ishihara from 1959. The Yujiro Effect, a visual essay by Mark Schilling. For Witness in the City, we got an introduction by Tony Raines, interview with Felipe Durant, biographer of Lino Ventura, who speaks about the film and the iconic actor. And then French noir critic and author Giannetti, I'm not sure how to say these. I'm sorry, I'm very white. Vincenzo provides an overview of the noir in France during the 1950s. And then for The Facts of Murder, we get a new interview with Pietro Germi, expert Mario Setzi. Sorry. The Man with a Cigar in His Mouth, the documentary about the guy just screwed up his name. And then What's Black and Yellow All Over, a visual essay by Paul A.J. Lewis.
I don't think being white is an excuse for mispronouncing.
Those were not white names. Italy is very not white, right?
There's like a whole, yeah.
That was a joke.
That was like a whole, well, I mean, that was a whole like 20th century thing. Oh my gosh. Florida is banning any discussion of how Italians became white. But this box set is like the most exciting announcement outside of Death Crocodile tonight. Pietro Germi, best known for Divorce Italian Style, which Criterion puts out. Holy cow. The whole concept of World Noir boxes has me so stoked. And these films, I definitely have not seen. I haven't seen any of them. Oh man! Oh yeah. Super excited. I'm going to subscribe.
Well, we'll be talking about that in just a second. But first, Elegant Beast is coming on December 18th in the UK and December 19th in the US and Canada. This is from 1962, and it says, in their humble two-room apartment, the Maeda family seem ever so self-effacing, but their modest facade hides another truth. Daughter Tomoko is the mistress of a best-selling author with well-lined pockets. Son Minoru embezzles funds with his lover Yuki, who has her own hidden agenda. And father Tokizo is a former military man who swears he will never return to the poverty he knew during the war, no matter what the cost. One after another, those affected by the Maeda's schemes show up on their doorstep, but these visitors all have their own duplicitous agendas. With each knock on the door, the gamesmanship reaches a whole new level. Elegant Beast was adapted by Kaneto Shindo from his own stage play. Director Yuzo Kawashima, mentor of Shohei Imamura and a major influence on the Japanese New Wave, makes magnificent widescreen use of the single apartment setting to deliver a ferocious satire on Japan's post-war economic miracle.
Nice.
This sounds fantastic. Reminds me a lot, sort of Parasite, actually.
Yeah, and it has some stuff in common with like Drunken Angel, Kira Kurosawa. But Parasite sounds like a pretty good comparison too. Yeah. I mean, obviously that's Korean, but similar subject matter. Drunken Angel, of course, at the time, right, of the end of the war, the post-war occupation. And so this being a couple decades later would be an interesting companion piece. Nice.
Yeah. This one says there's an interview with film critic Toshiaki Sato, an appreciation by filmmaker Toshiaki Toyoda, visual essay by Tom Mess on post-war architecture and Japanese cinema, a trailer, and then a booklet featuring new writing by Midori Shurin and contemporary archival writing. This will be limited to 3,000 total. And again, pretty killer art. Radiance has had
I like Radiance. I really
remarkable year.
Yeah.
Well, we're not done talking about them, but first, let's talk about Raro, who is one of their hosted labels. It's basically a partner label, all the same. They're releasing Murder Obsession from 1981 in the UK only. This is going to have an HD digital transfer from the OCN presented in two versions, the original uncut Italian with the original score, and then a shorter English version and electronic score. There's an audio commentary by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, interview with Sergio Stivoletti, interview with composer Claudio Simonetti, an appreciation by filmmaker Gabriella Benessi, deleted scene, reversible sleeve, and then a limited booklet with new writing by Michael J. Coven, author of La Dolce Morte, vernacular cinema, and the Italian giallo. Again, even Raro is doing better in the UK than a lot of the stuff that we've gotten.
Yeah, and I'll highlight, I mentioned Coven earlier. Great writer, has an encyclopedic knowledge of the genre. So worth checking out just for his writing alone. Not to mention the Heller-Nicholas commentary. This looks great.
Well, and with a lot of the Raro titles, unfortunately, they are not going to have newer scans on most of them. This was released previously through Raro, back all the way back in 2012. So it's probably going to be the exact same scan as back then.
The facial expressions on the people on the cover mirror all of the listeners when they heard what you just said. No new transfers.
Yeah, so if you're looking for this in a sale, this should be up in a Kino sale eventually. You should be able to get this. Carrying on, though, one of their other hosted labels, Maywu Films, is releasing Black God, White Devil from 1964, and this looks to be like one I absolutely want. This says, one of the most acclaimed and influential Brazilian films ever made, Black God, White Devil, tells the story of Manuel, a young cowherd who murders a wealthy ranch owner and flees to the drought-ridden hinterlands of northern Brazil with his wife, Rosa. Now outlawed, they join a religious cult headed by the mystic, self-proclaimed Saint Sebastio, who condones acts of violence. The couple are plunged into a moral dilemma between embracing religious fanaticism and a life of brutality amongst rural peasant bandits. Meanwhile, the authorities hire a gunman known as Antonio das Mortas to track them down. And this is going to have a commentary by restoration supervisor Lino Morales, video essay by Manuela Lazik and Alessandro Lucetti. There's going to be a documentary on the filmmaker by Silvo Tendler featuring interviews with colleagues and collaborators. That's almost 100 minutes long. And then Cinema Novo, an award-winning documentary by filmmaker and son of Glauber Rocha, Eric Rocha, on the Brazilian filmmaking movement, which is also 90 minutes. And then you got a limited edition booklet with new writing by the filmmaker Kleber Mendoca Filho and critic Rafa Salas Ross. This looks like a crazy good release.
Yeah, I'm glad you read the description because that got me really excited about it. Based on the title, I thought it was going to be some mandatory woke employee training session I'd have to go to, but in fact, it sounds fucking fantastic. So I'm into that for sure.
Yeah. And Maywu's first release was pretty great. So eager for people to see that. From the World Noir box set, they couldn't get the rights to release all of them in the US, but they are putting the Facts of Murder out in the US. That is coming on December 19th. And it's got all the same features as what is going to be in the box set on that disc. Literally the same exact disc.
So the cover looks like Edward Scissorhands, and then you look closer and you're like, oh.
Oh, Will. Well, let's talk about their subscription because this one is really odd. Their subscription is open now, and it's open throughout the end of the year through December 31st. And their subscription, it looked like it had to be super complicated. It looks like Limewood is requiring them to have their subscription set up in a way where if you want to subscribe for the entire year, you have to buy 12 months worth of packages, all in 12 different transactions, and they're charging you shipping on each of those. If you want to get bundled shipping, you can do 2 months at a time, 3 months at a time. Hell, you can buy all 12 months at a time and get one shipment next year and qualify for free shipping. But you won't get everything throughout the year. You'll get it all in one giant box. This is such an odd setup for a subscription.
Well, but again, I still marvel about the fact that we can ship things around the entire world. So yeah, that's complicated and kind of inconvenient. But if you do it all at once, you get shipping for free, right? That's what it says.
Yes, and then you can get an entire year worth of releases in one box.
So if you're a sucker like me who goes to the bi-weekly Vinegar Syndrome sales, you can order the yearly bundle for Radiance and spend the year working your way through the stuff you get from OCN and Vinegar Syndrome, and then come Christmas time or whatever, it's like, oh, look at this huge box of 40 Radiance films that I can
and then just turn over to Radiance for the next year. Yeah.
So that could work out. That's that's a decision to make, but I appreciate the fact that given the circumstances that Radiance is in, they've got these options, right? That basically tell you, okay, here's the situation. If you want free shipping, here's what you do. If you want it quicker, here's how much it'll cost. And if you want it really quick, here's how much it'll cost.
Right. And there are a lot of upsides to this either way. The options are great. The other thing is they're giving people almost 4 full months to decide if they want to subscribe for next year.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. And again, you don't even have to subscribe for all of next year. You could buy a half year right now. You don't have to get the entire year. And then the other part of this is it had to be like this because they have the whole international shipping IOSS threshold over in Europe now. And the shipping options now will allow people over in those countries to not be taxed differently. So there's some reasons for it. But if you were not enticed enough by their first year, which has been, in my opinion,
incredible,
one of the best first years ever for a label.
Yeah.
Literally. They gave some hints here too. 2024 is shaping up to be very exciting for us with forthcoming releases, including films by Bava, Buñuel, Comencini, Damiani, Fukasaku.
Say that again.
You say it, because I obviously said it wrong. I'm very tired too.
No, you said it right. I just want to linger on it.
Let me guess. Damiani.
Oh, Damiani.
Fukasaku, Rivette, Suzuki, a variety of countries and genres featuring poliziotteschi, gothic, ninjas, samurai, serial killers, Japanese new wave, American indie, European art house, plus new and ongoing collections, including World Noir Volume 2 and more to be revealed.
I'm excited.
Yes. So at the end of next year, the prices on the monthly bundles start to go up, and that's on purpose because the second half of the year, they're planning multiple box sets, and it will be box set heavy on the second half. It's exciting, for sure. It's a lot of money.
Damiani.
Radiance is rescuing a lot of Italian cinema and doing a great job with it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very... The subscription services for Radiance, for TerraVision, for Vinegar Syndrome, I think, for me, are the most enticing. And I know there are a couple others. But John, funny. John's allowed to make that emoji joke.
Did you see this one? Ryan sounds like he's feeding spaghetti to Lady and the Tramp when he says Italian names.
They're gonna. Oh my God! They should when they do the live action. You should be the chef. Bringing out the meatballs.
Oh man.
There's those 3 subscription deals. To me, seem the best. I said the best. The best. I know some other labels do subscriptions as well, but these 3, I think. Oh man, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to sell some of my daughter's stuff.
Let me just say, the people that signed up for the Radiance 3-year subscriptions when it first got announced, you're gonna make out like a freaking bandit.
For real. Oh my God. I wish I could have done that.
Yes. Completely agree. Hey, let's get into some Mondo Macabro announcements. So on Tuesday, we announced live on this channel the Inferno from 1979. And this one is going to be Region A locked with a world Blu-ray premiere and U.S. home video debut, Japanese language with optional English subs, new 2K restoration, new interview with the Ring screenwriter Hiroshi Takahashi, new interview with Noroi, the curse director Koji Shirashi, the original trailer, and then if you get the red case, you'll also get new art by Justin Coffey on the A side. That'll be on both, and then a booklet with new writing on the film by Jasper Sharp, like we just talked about. It'll be limited to 1,500 and numbered.
Hey, listen, Jasper Sharp's book. Oh, excuse me. Jasper Sharp's book, Behind the Pink Curtain on Roman porno and Pinky Balance films, is fantastic. So I'm very excited about commentaries. But if you're interested in the genre, check out that book.
I agree. And Jasper's done a lot with Arrow. If you go back through a lot of their titles, Jasper is in a lot of their Asian titles, so go check that out. Michael Smith commented, I hope Radiant starts to do sales. You've never seen their titles much below retail. 2 things on that. 1, pay attention to Orbit because there's about to be a Radiant sale at Orbit here soon. But 2, I understand the thought process of wanting to get everything as cheap as possible. Just remember, we all are loving a lot of these labels, and all of these releases have a cost associated, and to put them at or below cost is starting to get to dangerous territory. So just make sure that you're continuing to support whenever you can. Try to save money and not put yourself out there, but also, I mean, there's going to be some labels that never do sales. Like, I can't imagine TerraVision ever doing a sale when their stuff is already pretty much lower priced than most boutiques. We'll see. We'll see. Next title. They also announced Curse of the Dog God. And I love this art on this one. And this is one of those times where I'm worried because I love this new art, but this original poster is freaking insane. This is wild. So this is from 1977. This one is also going to be Region A locked. It's a world Blu-ray premiere and U.S. home video debut. This is going to have a new interview with director Shunya Ito, a new interview with Noroi, the curse director again, Koji Shirashi, new audio commentary by Chris Paggiali and Mark Walco. The trailer's going to be on there, and then a new booklet with Tom Mess writing in that one, and Tom is incredible as well. Limited to 1,500 and numbered in the red case.
Excited about this. As it says there, Shunya Ito directed the first 3 female prisoner Scorpion films, and enough said. Those films are awesome. So this is pretty exciting.
Cam's Eye View in the comments says never heard of this boutique label, and I'm kind of jealous. You have a lot that you can discover. I would say go back and check out their entire catalog. And if you're really interested, I have a video guide to Mondo Macabro up on the channel that has Jared came out. That is actually the video that brought Will and I together to begin with. He was Googling and found the video, and here we are now. Just almost like exactly a year later.
I was in an Airbnb in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was at a conference. I was presenting on what was I talking about? I was talking about alien invasion TV shows, and it was right when Russia invaded Ukraine. So I rewrote my presentation to incorporate what was happening at that moment. And I was supposed to be there with 2 other people, and they both canceled on me. So I was in the Airbnb by myself for a week. And I was looking for a Mondo title that had been was coming out soon. I can't remember which one it was now, but found your first interview with Jared Honor. I was like, wow, this is great. And I started watching your channel. And then a couple months later, this book that I co-edited on Toby Hooper came out, and I was like, wow, I need to promote this fucker. So I reached out to you, and here I am. A year later, talking about the dog god there.
I am excited. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, Mondo Macabro. Thank you, Jared Honor.
Some more things to thank Mondo Macabro for. They announced that they are releasing Cafe Flesh sometime in 2024. That's a big, big deal title. I'm sure Will's going to talk about that in just a second. They're also releasing Special Silencers during the Halloween sale. Death Squad from 1985 is going to be coming on 4K. You can get this during the Halloween sale on Blu-ray if you go to the regular sale time, or if you do their flash pre-order, you can get it on 4K. They're going to have somewhere around 500 of those available. One of the other titles is going to be a much requested 1970s Euro horror title that will also be during the Halloween sale. And then they are looking forward to some other things coming. The stream on Tuesday was a lot of fun. Go check it out if you haven't. Lots of details. Cafe Flesh, Will, anything on that one?
When's all this coming out? October?
Everything but Cafe Flesh will be available at the Halloween sale. Cafe Flesh will be in 2024.
Okay. Hopefully there'll be enough time for her to get a butt. Too skinny.
Wow. Cam says, I'm just surprised because I felt like I discovered them all already. Well, not to just hawk my own channel, but if you're interested, there's a series on my channel called Boutique Labels I Collect, and so should you. And each one has like 10 to 12 or more boutique labels, and there's like 9 videos. There's probably something in all of those videos for somebody to discover.
Yeah. Oh, this is great.
Good. I agree. Visual Vengeance. Do you have much from them yet or anything?
What else did they put out?
They put out a lot. I mean, last year was their first year. Let me pull up a list of their titles. But
sure, I have something.
First title that they announced is they're putting out The Wrong Door from 1990. This one is brand new director supervised 2K transfer from the original Super 8, which I'm interested in this one, especially because it's Super 8. Usually a lot of their stuff has been super low quality shot on video. This is going to have a ton of special features, just like all of their discs, multiple commentaries, new documentaries, and then as usual, they're putting a folded poster and a stick your own VHS sticker set. And yeah, this looks fun. And if you get this, you'll get a limited edition door hanger as well.
So let me just point out that because they fold the poster, we don't have any postal issues.
Literally, because it's within the media, it counts as media.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout Factory.
Yes. Next title that is also coming out on the same day, November 28th, is going to be Scream Queen with Linnea Quigley from 2002.
She's a treasure.
She's a traitor, is that what you said?
Treasure.
Treasure. I was like, let's hear you explain that one.
No, she's an American treasure. She's wonderful.
This one, they always put something like fancy special in their limited edition. This one is going to have a video store rental card from Series 2. Yeah. Linnea Quigley. This one looks fun. This is shot on video, and it's a slasher, and it borrows from the Italian giallo subgenre. Also takes swift jabs at the U.S. independent horror movie scene of the time. And I can't wait to see this. Let's go to the next one. 101, or no, not 101 Films. Sorry, they did the other one. Umbrella is releasing Red Rock West in November. This is the 1993 film with Nicolas Cage and Dennis Hopper. If you buy the big fancy, bundle that they do, you're going to get an original poster, art rigid case, custom artwork slipcase, 48-page perfect bound book with new writing by Alexandra Heller Nicholas again, John Harrison, and more. 8 art cards, a reversible poster, and it's a limited edition numbered release. For special features, we got a new audio commentary with Nathaniel Thompson, who was just commenting in here earlier. That's awesome. Craig says, my old high school pal was in love with Linnea Quigley. I think many people were. We also have a video essay by John Harrison about the life and times of J.T. Walsh, and then a new John Dahl trailer reel. And I actually might get this. This is one that has never been released on Blue in the U.S.
I love that they spent some time recognizing JT Walsh. That's pretty cool. This is one of the quintessential neo-noirs of the era. And as you say, it's never been on Blu-ray. So I don't think I've seen it since the VHS days. So definitely worth a revisit for sure.
The hard part, though, is that it has not gotten a new restoration in ages. That's why it's never had a Blu-ray release in the States. This is going to be the same print that was released in the UK from 101 Films.
Oh, really?
I'm just tired of waiting, to be honest.
For
a new restoration and all that. I just want to own the film.
Yeah. Well, once you buy it, the good news is once you buy it, a 4K will be announced.
Yeah, not even just 4K, probably just a regular old Blu-ray, but it'll be a brand new restoration. Next up from Umbrella is Lord of Illusions is coming in November. This is, obviously a Clive Barker film that was released by Scream Factory in the U.S. that has been long out of print, which means a lot of people are very happy that this got announced. If you get the big bundle on this one, you get a lot of the same things. You get a perfect bound book with some new writing, an art, custom artwork, rigid slipcase, poster art slipcase, reversible poster, limited edition numbered release. As far as the extras, we got some new interviews with the special effects artist Howard Berger. I've heard of him. New interview with production designer Steve Hardy, and then a whole bunch of other archival features. But a good-looking release. And if you don't have it, this is a great film.
Oh, boy. Just a little Scott Bakula joke there. This is, let's see if you disagree with me. I would say this is the least of the Clive Barker films. That being said, it's one that I think would most reward rewatches. And I plan on doing that. I'm kind of excited about this release because I don't have any other version, and this makes me want to get it and watch it again.
And the moment you do, Scream Factory will announce that 4K.
Right. Well, I'm a huge Scott Bakula fan, as everyone should be. I'm an even huger Famke Janssen fan, as everyone should be. And, of course, I love Clive Barker. So definitely worth seeing this sort of nightmare version of street magicianry. Again, better or worse than Midnight Meat Train? That's another film that I feel like I need to watch again, because the first time I saw Midnight Meat Train, I will say I did not like it at all.
I love Midnight Meat Train.
Right. I know Ryan loves Midnight Meat Train.
I also really can't stand Rawhead Rex. That would be at the bottom for me by a long shot.
I don't even have any memory. I know I've seen Rawhead Rex, but I have no memory of it. So Midnight Meat Train is on my rewatch list, and Lord of Illusions is at the top of my high level rewatch list, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'll have new opinions of both of these soon. I did not like Midnight Meat Train, but we'll see.
Well, let's talk about the FP. Coming in November also is the FP collection, and I love the way that they wrote up this copy. The first line says, I challenge you to a beat-off. This is all 4 of the FP films, including the 4th one on Blu-ray for the first time in the world. There are extras on all of these films. I've only ever seen the first one. Have you seen any of these?
I've never even heard of the FP films.
The FP was originally released on Draft House Films, the Alamo Draft House physical media line that they did. And then the director has just continued on. I believe one or maybe even all of these were like Kickstarter films, all fully fan-funded through Kickstarter, and pretty damn great.
Are they good?
I like the first one. I need to see the rest of them. I'm glad I didn't get any of the other ones because they were, I think, fairly limited on eBay and a few others. The director was selling them himself there. So, yeah, this will be the best way to get all four.
Okay.
But Will's favorite, Will's going to want to pick up the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collection. This includes the first movie with the same Stinko Vision card that they put out by itself, with the sorry old same prints for part 2 and part 3, just bundled together from Umbrella. This is releasing in November. How much do you love these movies, Will?
Man, I saw the first 2 in the theater when I was a kid. Vanilla Ice, Go Ninja Go.
Of course.
Ernie Reyes Jr. Making it go. I have nostalgia for them. They're terrible movies to make a call back to the beginning of the show. But it's telling. My dog has just gotten up and asked me to let him out so he can shit, and I think that's a perfect metaphor for the original TMNT movies. They are creatures that you love, and you have to spend much of your time with them dealing with their bowels.
I actually still really like the first one. The second one's fun. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go deal with the secret of the ooze. I'll be right back.
What a segue. Love that. I'm going to keep going and maybe finish before you even return. Mubi is releasing Decision to Leave from last year on 4K. This is coming on September 23rd in the UK, and the next day, September 24th in the US. So a brand new 4K UHD release of this film, and not sure if this is happening in both territories, but they are releasing these 5 collectible cards, at least in the UK. I would almost be surprised if they didn't do it in the US, but I honestly still have not gotten to this movie. I'm really dying to see it. But I'm glad that they're continuing to release physical media. Mubi is doing really great. Have not seen this yet. Kind of dying to see it. I love everything Park Chan-wook has done, and it's high on my list. And it does include all those special features that were on the Blu-ray release. But this is odd coming from them. I have a feeling that they didn't have the ability to do 4K at first. So I'm interested to see if there's a pattern with this moving forward. 101 Films announced that Meat Cleaver Massacre from 1976 is coming on October 16th in the UK to the Black Label line. This is going to include a whole bunch of special features, and I believe most of these are from previous releases. This is the Christopher Lee film, and this was released through Scream Factory fairly recently as one of their website exclusives. This is going to have the Hollywood Meat Cleaver Massacre, which is 77 minutes. That's the original cut. The theatrical cut, which is 85 minutes. That has an intro and outro with Christopher Lee himself. There is an interview with the director-writer Keith Burns speaking on Meat Cleaver Massacre, interview with Doug Sr., interview with Paul Kelleher, a theatrical trailer, and then 2 limited edition booklets, Exploitation in Blazing Color by Dylan Dean Staley, and then the original lost script, Professor Cantrell's Messiah by Keith Burns. This is probably the exact same release print that Scream Factory put out. No mention of any new restoration or anything there.
Is there any relation between Keith Burns and Ken Burns?
Yeah, they're probably the same person, just wearing a trench coat sometimes.
I'm looking it up.
Going to the next one, because we're almost done. November 28th on 4K, we are getting The Sandman Season 1. This was a Netflix film, and they are putting this out, they being Warner Brothers, as a mod release that is pressed, not burned, but it's made on demand. You can get this on 4K or Blu-ray. I'm glad they're putting this out. Hopefully they continue to do stuff like this.
I guess.
Finally, I believe this is the last, or no, we got, two more announcements. The first is that the Last Picture Show 4K and One False Move 4K are both coming to Criterion in the UK. One False Move will be coming on November 6th, and the Last Picture Show on November 27th. I'm glad that they are getting access to these. I hope that Criterion continues to increase their output over there.
Well, wasn't One False Move already available in the neo-noir After Dark imprint box?
Yes, that was in Australia, not the UK.
You're right. Those are different places. Thank
Those
you.
are, yeah.
No, I appreciate your gentle correction.
And then finally, we are ending on Warhorse 1 from 2022. Will Go USA is releasing that on November 7th. This is a Johnny Strong film and seems very America forward, I guess. I mean, at the bottom of this, it says, worth living for, worth dying for. And that picture, yeah, that's what it is.
I'm proud to be an American.
Thanks, Will.
Okay.
We got one more announcement to make, and that is the last Deaf Crocodile title. We're still waiting on that, and this is now 4.5 hours into the stream.
Are you serious?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's 2:00 where you're at, Will.
Listen, yeah, I recognize that. I want to take a minute to thank Craig for being so patient. You could have done this right at the beginning.
Yeah, we could have done all three, but he wanted to be involved throughout the whole show, and he's been here hanging out anyways.
Yeah.
So
that's
Greg
awesome.
will be coming back on in just a moment, and as soon as he does, we will launch into that. But first, why don't we cover what is coming next week, which we always do at this time. I just wanted to give Craig enough time to hear this so that he could get back on. So now...
Do his research.
Yeah, he's taking notes. September 12th is next week, and we are getting Batman Mask of the Phantasm on 4K. Can't wait for that. Last House on the Left 4K. That is the remake. Walkabout 4K from Criterion. Air is coming on Blu-ray. Shrek the Third on 4K. Wow. Ghoulies on 4K, which has already been released. I don't know why it's so late. Kick-Ass 2 4K is coming as well. Kiss the Girls 4K. That's coming from the studio. Shout Factory's Irwin Allen Master of Disaster collection. The Postman Fights Back from 88 Films. After Dark, My Sweet from Kino. Smile in 4K from Paramount. Ghoulies 2 from MVD. Poker Face Season 1. Cobweb, which I'm dying to see. I had the writer of that film on my other podcast, and it sounds incredible. I need to see it. The Pack, which I highly recommend. It's an amazing movie, and I helped edit all the special features on it. But I did rant a lot about Scream Factory tonight, so
Bite in the hand.
Yeah. Prodigal Son from Arrow. The Beast coming from Kino Lorber. Magnum Cop from Raro. Halloween 1 and 2 Steelbook is on the top of Will's wish list. One that is not getting a lot of love, like out, and everybody's talking about it. Fun City Editions putting out this Fatal Femmes double feature, and I'm dying to get it. I haven't seen anybody talk about it much, so hope that picks up. Final Cut. This is a remake of One Cut of the Dead. I'm kind of eager to see that. Rob Zombie's Firefly trilogy Steelbook, a Walmart exclusive. Island Escape from Dread Pictures. Between Two Worlds from Cohen Media. Lemensita. I can't remember who that's coming from. Let me see. It might be Grasshopper. No, it's Music Box. That's right. And that, other than the Leprechaun Collection Steelbook, seems to be it.
A couple of those were directed by Brian Trenchard Smith. So keep
anything from next week that you're dying to get?
Postman Fights Back.
Postman Fights Back. It does look good.
Yeah,
absolutely looks good. Well, are we ready to bring Craig back on?
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm trying to do the Peanuts thing, but it doesn't. It sounds more like like Glenn Miller or
You
something.
sound like Count Basie or something. Yeah. Here's Craig. Craig, thanks for staying up late with us.
Yeah, I think that was Glenn Miller.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to do the Peanuts.
Yeah, this lighting makes it look like I got a very white mustache. I just haven't shaved.
Craig, this has been 4.5 hours. Thanks for hanging out with us all night.
Oh no, I like I said in the chat, I'm usually on watching anyway, so I'm already here.
Well, let's get into this last trailer quickly. This is a 1990s film. Any lead-in you want to share?
1990s American and in English. We don't do that very often.
It's shocking. Well, on that front, let's get into the tune. Let me make this full screen, and we will play this trailer.
My love for you is equal to a worn-out shoe. Nah, my love for you is like a cobweb hanging around. Da, 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 da. My love for you is like a velvet crying clown.
Positively, the worst piece of trash I have ever heard in my entire career.
You left me for the open road. Where you went, I didn't know. But now you say you're back to stay.
Thank you very much.
Isn't it
Love you,
good again? Isn't it right again? When you're gone, I count the days.
Thank you, Mayor.
Way you'll promise me you'll never leave. Isn't it good again? Isn't it right again?
Why am I watching this?
Lost?
No, I just don't know where I am.
The true path is not to be found outside, but within you.
Me, though, darling, I've forgiven you. I can't forget what we've been through alive.
There you go.
Bill Plimpton.
Indeed.
Lots of people excited in the chat. This is exciting. It looks great, and it's his first feature film, right?
It is his first feature film. He
He
had integrated. I guess he had some of the scenes from the feature were shorts that he had done, and he took some of those shorts and integrated them into a storyline that he fleshed out into a full feature.
Wow.
There's a great interview Dennis moderated with Bill and Maureen. Her last name, sorry. Maureen McElheron. I'm worse at names than you are by far, because that's just a straight up American name, and I can't do it. She wrote all the songs and the music, and then Daniel Needham, I think, plays Dell in the film, and then with Bill, it's a great conversation, reminiscing on the film and the making of the film, and they go into all sorts of great stuff, and then they also talk quite a bit towards the end about his new film that's coming out, called Slide.
Nice.
And I think, might be the first time we've got we're porting some of the stuff that was on the DVD. So if you didn't have the DVD, so it'll be interesting that we'll have the 2004 commentary with Bill and Maureen.
Oh wow!
And then you can kind of compare that with what they're saying about the film this many years later. 19
That's
years
awesome.
later. Yeah, lots of good stuff on there. We've got 3 more Bill Plimpton shorts on there. They're very cool. One in particular I just adored.
Nice.
What else we got? He, and I think it was 2011, he took Winsor McKay's silent animated short, The Flying House. And he and his team restored it, added color to it, got a new score for it, added the voices of Matthew Modine and Patricia Clarkson. So it's kind of it's like it's a whole new thing.
Wow.
What, that 90 years later. So that'll be on the disc. What else we got on that disc? I think that's enough.
Man, these are impressive. I mean, to get the wide range of animation that you guys have done, and it's so very, not just time wise, but geographically, so many different styles, so many different ways to dive into historical animation and psychedelic animation and kids animation. This is a great lineup.
Yeah, and the tune is a blast, and like I said, the interview was just a joy to listen to when I was getting it ready for the disc. I was like, oh, the people are gonna like this.
Nice.
And yeah, we've got, so this is three announcements. I was looking at our list. We have 9 more films already acquired.
Wow.
Coming out, and very excited. Let's see, we got 2 more animated films out of there. We've got, let's see, you know the band Pink Martini out of Portland.
I feel like I just spoke about them, but I don't think I'm super familiar.
Huge fans, and a lot like us. Every album they put out will have 10 tracks in 10 different languages from all around the world. So yeah, looking at this list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 unannounced films. We've got Japan, Hungary, Russia, Iran, Belarus, Russia, Germany, Ireland, and the U.S.
Awesome.
And yeah, they're nothing alike.
The 3 that we've seen tonight, is there any way that you could shed light on a possible timeline for people that are really excited for them specifically?
I believe Justin from OCN would reach through the computer and strangle me if I gave you any.
That makes sense. This is exciting, though. I mean, the wide range of what's coming too. Hungary, Iran. I mean, you're just continuing to get something different, and I'm sure most of these are similar track record for what you guys have done, where it's just, what is this? And now I have to see it.
I should point out, one of those unannounced is a brand new film.
Oh, so that's new for Def Crocodile too.
We've got some of our South Asian films that haven't come on disc are newer films. A lot of those should be hitting streaming services by the end of the month if all goes as planned.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's a long, convoluted story why it took so long for those to get out on digital services, but they are coming, and they are fantastic films. So yeah, there's those films. Those are more newer ones. I was just I played tennis last night with some friends, and the guy was like, he's like, oh, I watched one of your movies last night. I'm like, oh, which one? And he said the Village House, which was one of the very first films we signed, and I am the biggest fan of that film. I can't wait for more people to see it. It's unlike, I mean, there's no plot. It's not that kind of, like, it's this house that you follow over like 3 generations, and the family that lives in it, and how, over time, relatives die or move away, and it's one of the most amazing films about just kind of nostalgia and the changes over time. It came out, we discovered it, and The Irishman had just come out, and so when I saw it, I was like, wow, like 2 films in a row I'm watching that have this just profound, like looking back.
Right.
And then I found out that this was a first-time director, and he was like 23 years old. Wow. I'm like, how does someone that age have that strong a sense of nostalgia that they can put it on film so beautifully? I'm like, you're not old enough to have nostalgia. But it's a gorgeous movie. The soundtrack is beautiful. So yeah, so that'll be that. I said that, and a lot of the other films, Boomba Ride, Gotti, a bunch of the South Asian films, finally are going to be. We'll be posting about them everywhere once they're all out there, because they're all fantastic films.
That's awesome. Can't wait. Any interesting stories behind the acquisitions or restoration work for these 3 animated films from tonight?
The most interesting thing is all 3 of them I didn't restore. So.
Right.
The Bill Plimpton films were preserved by the Film Academy. And then the Hungarian Film Archive did Cat City, and the Denmark. Sorry, brain. They handled Benny's Bathtub. So yeah, it's 3 that I got to just enjoy without having to work on for months.
That's a plus.
It is.
A lot of years have been labors of love, so to just have acquisitions, that's got to be a relief.
I mean, I don't get me wrong. I love restoring the films, and you know, it's always fun. Every once in a while, you get a shot and you see the after, and you're like, damn, that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also nice to be like, here's a file, and it's a beautifully restored film ready to go. I'm like, oh, that's just lovely.
Export and put on disc, please.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd mentioned in the chat that with my birthday coming up, I bought a bunch of discs, and to reiterate, if this tonight hasn't proven already that I do have goldfish brain, I was given a gift card for Walmart, and I was like, I never shop at Walmart, but I was like, oh, I'll get some movies.
Yeah.
So I got the gift card. It's a rather convoluted way to use a gift card online for Walmart. Found a YouTube video that explained it to me how to do it. Then I logged in and I bought 3 Criterion discs: the Red Shoes, 40 Guns, Mickey and Nicky, then Ghost Dog and Django. And then checked out and didn't use my gift card.
Oh yeah, been there before.
Yeah. So of course I logged back in, and then I bought Rolling Thunder, Day of the Jackal, and Coraline.
Instead of canceling the order and yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, happy premature birthday. When's the actual birthday?
Monday. I'm a 9/11 baby.
Oh, that's gotta be hard to celebrate, but at least never forget. We always
Brian De
remember.
Palma's birthday. And Moby, if you like Moby. I like Moby. But
it's an eclectic mix.
I want to see. I want Moby to DJ Brian De Palma's birthday party.
Because Craig restore the film of it.
I would go to that.
Because the party will be split screen, and
that has to be.
And both in focus somehow.
Yeah.
When I worked at IMAX, we did a concert film that was an unusual concert film in that every act did one song, and they 1 or 2 little short pieces from a bunch of different very popular artists, when it came out, which is in IMAX, it's like it's better than being in the front row. Right. Moby was one of they used kind of one of his instrumental tracks as like bumper filler throughout the film, and then he performed at the end. And the filmmakers scrolled the end credits over his performance, and he was like, "No, like this is rude."
That hurts.
But yeah, I don't think there's any way to see that film. It was so good. It had Sheryl Crow and it was George Clinton. It was amazing. Nobody saw it. Like it was an experiment, and they were like, oh, a concert film with a huge diverse group of artists means that everyone wants to see 2 songs, and that's not enough to get them to go.
Yeah.
So it just died. It was really good though.
Oh my gosh, I wish we could see that.
It was called All Access, I think it was called.
Moby was a genius in that he figured out quickly in the early mid 90s that licensing his songs for commercials.
Yeah, he licensed everything. I
mean,
he's the soundtrack of the 90s. Like,
yeah,
you could not
Everywhere.
get away from him.
Yeah, and you know, so many of the indie purists were like, sell out. He got his music heard.
Oh yeah,
people, you know, and everybody should.
I've gone to a show a couple of times, and first time I invited my older brother to go with me, and he was like, what is a Moby concert? Doesn't he just like sample stuff? I was like, no. So we went, and he absolutely loved it. It was such a great show. So when he came back again a few years later, he's like, oh, I definitely want to go.
Yeah, I know Natalie Portman's not a big fan of his, but his music's great, and he opened a lot of doors for people. So.
Happy birthday on the 14th, Ian.
Oh, all right.
Actually, Moby was everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, how many times have we all heard Porcelain? A million?
Probably. Man, this has been so much fun tonight. How did it feel overall being live? You feel a little more comfortable now?
Oh yeah, I was only nervous this morning. Like I said, for the last week or so, I've been like super excited to come on because I love the show, and you know, I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. And then I woke up this morning, and I was like, oh shit, it's today.
Well, go ahead, Will.
I know. I just gotta say, it's a real honor to meet you. I love what Deaf Crocodile does, and so it was so exciting for me just to be here tonight.
Well, likewise, I've been, you know, Thursdays. I mean, I'm a little bit of a latecomer to the Thursday night watching, but yeah, I mean, if you're on, I'm like, oh, fantastic. He's gonna have some deep thoughts, and it's gonna be great.
Somewhere in there.
Yes. We've done very well tonight, I think. Lots of great responses. I hope everybody's appropriately excited for these because they look right up my alley.
Yeah, they're all 3 are really fun.
Oh, and yeah, I mean, great musical connection with all 3. You know, although you know the music, I really want to see the musical adaptation of Cat City for sure. But for me,
I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, for me, all 3 of these are, and I say this as a collector, not as a person on the channel. All 3 of these I'm definite. I gotta see all these. So I'll be picking them all up.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
The other big thing I wanted to shout out, I saw that you have another Kickstarter coming up in October, right?
Let me see. I got it right here in front of me.
Oh.
October 23rd, I'm hoping to launch it. So
sweet.
Very excited about the slipcover artist because I'm a comic book nerd, and he was an artist on my favorite character's title for a while, and he's just he's gone beyond. He still does comic stuff, but he's gone well beyond that now, and I hope people like it.
I can't wait. So October 23rd, everybody keep your eyes out. New stuff pretty much every month for the most part, it seems like.
We try our best to have something come out every month, mostly because we need the revenue. I would love to have longer to work on some stuff, but it's like every month towards the end of the month when I got to get the files over to David Mackenzie for authoring, it's always right down to the wire.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I think that title that we're launching the Kickstarter for is also, I think people are gonna be very excited for. It's a good one.
Everybody that hasn't needs to check out the Pied Piper.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Remarkable disc. Absolutely a winner. And then somehow I think we went the entire night without shouting out Solomon King again. I got to say, for a lot of people, that's one that put Deaf Crocodile in the forefront of their mind, just because it was one that came sort of out of nowhere. It was the first Kickstarter title. It's got such a cool story of how you guys found that and went about getting it and literally saving it from the bowels of everything.
Yeah. And Dennis and I say this anytime it's brought up. As great as the film is, buy it for the Belinda interview.
Yes.
She's a gem and has great stories, and just talks a lot about just growing up in America, Black, and doesn't sugarcoat it. It's an amazing interview. So yeah, if even if you don't like Black exploitation films, like, watch the extras. It's a great disc.
Yeah.
And we have not forgotten. We did mention during that Kickstarter we were hoping to release the soundtrack. We did send out MP3s of the original soundtrack tracks to the Kickstarter backers, but we're still working on that. We're not music label, so there's a steep learning curve, and we need to make sure we get it all right. But we are still hoping to put out not just the original soundtrack, but we've tracked down songs from the film that weren't on the soundtrack, songs by artists that were on the soundtrack. That it'll if we can ever get it all sorted out, it will be a fantastic release that we're still excited about. It's just taking a lot longer to get done than we were expecting.
Right. Well, I think we've covered pretty much anything for tonight with these three films. Everything that won't get you, flogged by Justin.
And I understand. I'm on the West Coast, so it's not nearly as late here. The fact that you start this at 9:30 p.m. is bonkers.
Well, my big thing is I've got two young kids, and I got to wait till they're in bed. So this is the perfect time for me.
But young kids usually wake up pretty early too.
They do. Yeah, my kids are up by 6 a.m. every single day.
Oh,
yeah, not so great for me, but but whatever works for you, Ryan.
Well, you've said 3 times tonight. It's I'm the host of this show, so whatever. Craig, this has been.
And I'm always available, so it's easy for me. I'm 6:30 when you start.
Well, one of these weeks we need to have you on as the actual co-host and go through reacting to every title, and we'll come up with the film conversation for afterwards.
Yeah,
I will try to be as positive as you are for a lot of the release.
We want reality from Craig. We want truth.
I censor myself in the chat a lot. Actually, sometimes I've literally typed it and I'm like, nope. As Thumper's father said, if you've got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Craig, I got to be honest. I've censored myself as I've sold out to Disconnected over the last year. So I'm glad that you still have the integrity that I used to have.
Well, I've said this many times, but Ryan, part of what I love about Ryan and his show is it's always friendly and positive, and so every once in a while he'll pop a title up there, and I'm just like, really? you couldn't have skipped that one?
Well, Don't get them started about lobby cards, because then you'll see the beast beneath.
It's that
especially if they're
mail
charging,
fraud, I guess.
charging $40 for them. That's
Yeah.
yeah. Like I said, the trading cards we're sending out are free.
Well, that was the perfect way to end this, I think. If you can be okay with an in-joke, I'm going to send us all out on something to talk about the fact that Jeremy Long was here in person last weekend, and Will and myself are both very tired. So the way that we're going to send this all out, I'm going to say, Craig, I'm honored to be here. This has no reflection on you or the announcements tonight, but I have to make fun of Jeremy a little bit. So everybody, this is how we're going out tonight. Next time we talk to Jeremy Long, make sure you bring this up. Have a good night, all. We'll see you next Thursday.